Perfect. Reg says my microphone is live. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December forum. Thank you all for joining us, as well as to the folks joining us in hybrid. Today's forum is sponsored by EHS Partnerships, a professional firm focused on finding solutions to environmental and occupational health and safety problems. They focus on services to government, public, and private employers from all sectors in Canada, the US, and beyond. I think most people in this room know Mike and Kristen, and if you don't know Dave, you're about to get to meet them. EHS Partnerships has expanded their offering. It's not just machine guarding anymore, and so we're going to hear a little bit more about some of what they do today. Couple of updates. Anyone here having challenges with orientation? There is, as part of the Skills Pass, the online training portal, there is a self-directed orientation. 15 narrated, PowerPoint narrated sections, modules that cover off all of the basic requirements of the safety and health orientation for new workers, which allows you folks to focus in on the company specific, the program specific items that you'll need to cover, your safe work procedures, your own emergency response. Have a look at it. If it's something that you're struggling with as far as time or challenges, feel free to use that. That is free. It is always available as part of Skills Pass. Some of you may have noticed there's a couple of new faces around the Made Safe offices. I think a lot of you had contact with Valerius as far as musculoskeletal injury assessments. We are sad to see him go, but wish him all the best in his new position. And what we're going to do is we're going to train a few more of our folks. So if you have been waiting to get into the MSI assessments, which is a member benefit, and that's code for you don't pay anything extra. Member benefits, feel free to reach out to info@madesafe.ca or admin@madesafe.ca or myself directly, and we'll get you set up with those MSI assessments. Wanted to make sure that everyone had seen or knew that on January 19th, MadeSafe will be hosting the EHS Partnerships updated CSA standard for safeguarding of machinery CSA standard training course. Boy, that was a mouthful to get through. That course is intended for people who are assessing whether guards are enough. It goes through the updated CSA standard taught by EHS Partnerships. It's a fabulous course, 8 hours. This is Made Safe hosting, so there is a fee. Please feel free to connect with us and we'll get you all the information you need for that. Wanted to make sure that everyone has parked on the side of the parking lot away from the building, just to make sure that none of our neighbors are having any concerns. Now, you may have seen the Yetis when you came in. There are 3 ways to get into the draw for the Yeti. First and foremost is by posting the manufacturing made safe hashtag on your LinkedIn posts from the day. And to create a hashtag, all you do is type hashtag or the pound symbol, and then all one word, manufacturing made safe. The second way is for those of you online, we haven't forgotten you. If you are connecting and asking questions, if you ask a question online, we will enter you in for a draw. So participation counts. And third, there will be a survey at the end of the day. We want to hear what you want to hear about next. These days are for you folks. So what we would love is you to fill out the survey and tell us, what should our next forum be talking about? Do you want to hear about non-entry confined space rescue planning? Do you want to hear about spill response? You tell us, we will find the experts to come in and talk on those subjects. These days are for you. The more feedback you give, the better we'll be able to plan the days out for you. And that's all my notes. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Dave Uma. Dave is the project manager for EHS Partnerships, and he's here to talk to us today about exploring the CSA standard Z94.4-18. Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Nathan. Good morning, everyone. I am the newest addition to EHSP's Winnipeg office. So it is a pleasure for me to be able to be here and present to you today on this standard. And the reason that we are talking about this standard today is because when I was looking at what might be applicable to you in your industry, I had talked to Nathan and I said, well, what in manufacturing is important? What makes sense for your industry? And he said, if you want to know what is critical, go to the provincial website and see where the administrative penalties, the stop work orders, and the improvement orders are. And besides machine guarding, respiratory protection was one of the top 3 infractions on that website. So I thought this might be a good topic for you. Some of you may have so some of you may already have respiratory protection programs. Some of you may not, but may have workers that engage in tasks that require you to have one. I was a little hesitant to come up here today and after 2 years of face masks, talk about putting you back into a face mask, but there are real hazards to the work that many of your companies, your industry, and your workers will engage in that actually requires this. And the Act refers to this standard, which is why we're talking about it today. So basically, the format for the presentation will be looking at the changes to the standard because it has been updated in 2018. We're going to go through those changes first, and then we're going to take a more robust look at the standard itself and the components of it. For those of you that don't have a respiratory protection program, we'll give you a sense of what you may need to put one together. So we'll look a little bit at the legislation that predicates you needing a respiratory protection program, how to choose a respirator, how to make sure that a respirator fits properly on either yourself or your workers. And we're going to talk a bit about medical screening guidelines. And what the medical screening guideline really is if you have workers that engage in very specific tasks with regular exposure, it behoves you and your company to have a program to monitor them medically. So we'll talk about that a bit more as we go on. And then questions. So like I had mentioned before, the standard was revised in 2018. Previous editions published were, well, originally 1982, 1993, 2002, and 2011. So the 2018 update is the most recent. And what the standard actually sets out are requirements for the selection, the use and care of respirators, and for the administration of an effective respiratory protection program within your workplace. Its purpose is to protect respirator users from any type of respiratory hazards. And we're going to talk about some of those hazards or some of the forms of those respiratory hazards that may exist in your workplace. In addition to the standard, there are a couple of addendum that are relevant. So there's the CSA research project that was completed in 2017. And what this research project really did was it incorporated bioaerosols into the standard, which was really timely considering what we've just been through for the last 2.5 years. And what the council realized was the majority of the information that they had out there had to do with chemicals, hard chemicals, the fumes and the aerosols that they generate. But none of the equipment talked about its compatibility with biological organisms, such as COVID. So this was a bit prescient in that they looked at this before the pandemic. But what that means is we now have a way to gauge how relevant respirators and filters and the components of a respirator apply to biological organisms. There was also CSA Z180. This is kind of a special add-on, and it deals specifically with compressed breathing air systems that are connected to supplied air respirators. So SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus. You may recognize the more common acronym, SCUBA. All they do is add a U for underwater in the middle of that. What it really means is it's a compressed air tank that gets carried around, and that's where the air supply comes from, instead of just filtering out contaminants from your environment. So some of the tasks that your staff or yourselves may be engaged in that fall under the purview of a respiratory protection program are welding, any type of work with chemicals, and that can range from maintenance, housekeeping tasks, really any work that causes a worker to be exposed to particulates, gases, fumes, and aerosols. And really the difference between those is the size of what you're going to be breathing in, and kind of where it originates from. So some of the changes to the standard are listed out on the slide. I'll go through them quickly. So quite a few things have changed. It makes the standard a lot more robust and a lot more applicable to many other industries. Points where additional clarification and guidance have been added to is the supervisor's role in a respiratory protection program. That was fairly nebulous before. What it allowed someone in charge to do is take a step back and say, I'm not really a designated supervisor, so this doesn't apply to me. It left a gap in respiratory protection programs in terms of roles and responsibility. It also talks about how hazard and risk assessments are to be used for the selection of respirators. In my opinion, the hazard assessment and identification in your workplace is the most critical element of any part of a safety program, whether it be respiratory in nature or not. And what they found with the previous versions of the standard is that employers really didn't have a good template for how to assess hazards in their workplace. Lack of training, lack of knowledge, lack of concept around what a hazard actually is and what that entails. So they really fleshed that out within the standard. It talks about training, initial and periodic training required for those who use respirators. Oftentimes, and I've seen this in other industries, the worker gets fit tested, they get that initial training, if at all, and it never gets revisited. They never get fit tested again on a periodic basis. We just assume it's a one and done, and that they're kept safe ad nauseum. And that's just not the case. So in updating the standard, they closed that hole. They also indicated that a health assessment is required before fit testing. And this really came to the forefront through the pandemic, where, especially in the healthcare industry, which is the industry that I was in prior to coming to EHS, because workers just needed something on their face that gave the semblance of protecting them. They got that fit test, it got put on, but there was no assessment to see whether or not that was a sustainable piece of PPE for them. So we had nurses that were being slapped into N95s that were claustrophobic, where they had pre-existing health conditions that precluded them. So anybody that has COPD, asthma, any kind of medical condition that they're not required to disclose in a workplace, but that may impede them, in fact, successfully wearing a respirator. So with the addition of the health assessment, that's now taken into consideration. Managing respirator interference concerns, really, so what that speaks to is if there's tampering of respirator, its parts, that there's now kind of a way to deal with that and rectify that. I'd mentioned before bioaerosols and its addition. And in the case of any other pandemic, having a bioaerosol component to your respiratory protection program, for those of you who have one and haven't considered adding that component in, really is just good business sense. Because what we saw through the pandemic were people that really never had to wear a respirator before as a normal part of their jobs, all of a sudden had to wear one. And if there's no contingency for that you've built into your respiratory program, where you have this kind of blanket, everyone now gets to put one on their face, you're going to be scrambling if that eventuality does occur. And then clause 14.4 also added an emphasis on comfort in respirator selection and fit testing. And really what that means is what it feels like on your face matters. And I think that's something that anybody that's had to work in one very much recognizes, especially if you're doing an 8-hour, a 12-hour shift in a respirator. It doesn't work if it doesn't feel right. And if you can't wear it for that amount of time, for whatever reason, what we were finding was a complete lack of compliance. That's where you get respirators down here. You get them pulled down in order for someone to communicate. If anybody had pre-existing health issues where they weren't tolerating the respirator, it would come on whenever supervisors would come by, and then it was gone. And then you'd have an exposure issue. And when you're investigating that, you'd ask the question, were you wearing your respirator? The answer is always, of course I was. But there were gaps there. So that's now taken into consideration. And with the broad range of brands, models, styles, types, being able to accommodate a worker in a respirator that is comfortable for them and that they can successfully work in is really achievable. As a matter of fact, they even have respirators for workers that may need to be accommodated for religious reasons if they are unable to shave. So that technology exists. So for anybody here in HR or have that demographic as part of their workforce, that can be worked around. Yeah, absolutely.
And I that's been once during COVID, and you tried 10 different brands and masks, and it doesn't work out. You don't get a fit. Yeah, it feels good, but it doesn't work. So that's a really wow. That's actually big.
Yeah, that's a really great question, because there very much is that fine line between comfort and then not being having a worker not being comfortable with any option that's presented. Yeah. That's true. That's true.
At the end of the season, the verdict.
Yeah, it is in fact mandatory if you're adhering to all parts of the standard. Now, when we look at legislative compliance, however, the verbiage there is what is reasonable and practicable. So from a legislative standpoint, if you have done what you are able to, and you've exhausted to the best of your organization's ability, recognition of comfort for the worker in a respirator, strictly from a legislative compliance standpoint, you'll be all right. What that doesn't address, though, is the fact that your worker will still be uncomfortable in the respirator, and you still have a compliance issue internally, which may lead to an exposure issue, which will then, in fact, if you have an exposure issue that's then reported to the province, that worker reports to the province because they have the ability to do that, you will get investigated for that, because it is in fact the employer's responsibility to protect the worker from that exposure. And so there are some administrative protocol that you can engage in if you have a worker that simply cannot successfully be fit test in a respirator from a strict quantitative standpoint. They're just not passing the test. Or for whatever reason, you know that you're not going to get compliance because of the comfort factor. And some of those administrative options are, can they be doing something else then? Perhaps in that situation, removing them entirely from the exposure risk is the best option. It's not ideal. I understand that operationally, we all need our staff to be where we need them. And oftentimes our staff can't be moved around in that way, but it is the employer's responsibility to kind of investigate that and deal with that. So yes, it is a yes and no answer to the question. By the standard, yes, it's a part of it. It needs to be considered. And where I've seen this assessed is in the questionnaire. So we were talking about the health assessment. If a worker has previously worn a respirator, they can let you know, look, I'm not good in them. They're not comfortable. The anatomy of my face doesn't accommodate comfortably wearing a respirator. That actually is a real thing. So for anybody that's had previous injuries, burns, facial burns. Those factors can impact how a respirator wears and sits on someone's face. They'll let you know through the health assessment prior to any kind of fit testing, what have you. If they don't, it'll come out in the fit testing. And what 14.4 has really, the reason that it was included in there is because workers were coming back to their employers and saying, look, this isn't comfortable for me to work in for my 8-hour shift. Can we do something else? Can we look at something else? And employers, because of supply chain issues, operational constrictions, were summarily just saying, no, you know what? Your respirator is your respirator. Go work in it. And they added it in recognition that it would potentially, at least having the conversation, might start to fill that gap. So. At the end of the day, it is the provincial safety officer. If you follow that hierarchy high enough, at the end of the day, if it is between not getting a stop work order or an improvement order, it will be the provincial officer that makes that determination. Having a robust respiratory protection program will answer those questions, or will ask those questions, I should say, in the first place, and it'll set you on the road to answering those questions before you ever get to a point. Because if you're asking your staff, hey, how comfortable is that respirator that you're in? And their answer is, it's not at all for me. I can barely wear this thing. You know that you have an issue. At the very least, you know that you have an issue that you need to deal with. How you deal with that really is up to your organization, your health and safety team, and your management and your workers collaboratively to resolve that. So it can be, look, you know, we have a standing contract with 3M. Maybe instead of a 3M respirator for you, we look at another brand that might be more comfortable for you. And then you just kind of start problem solving that, right? So who is responsible for making that determination is essentially the first person that identifies it. But reasonable and practicable is, at the end of the day, according to how health and safety concerns are escalated, starts internally, but if it ends up getting reported to the province, that officer will come down and they'll let you know. And if you end up with a good officer, they'll work. Sure, they'll still slap you with that improvement order, but they may be able to help kind of problem solve that with you. And this is where having the benefit of a health and safety professional as part of your organization, or consulting with a third-party health and safety company, can help assess the program that you already have and start looking at how to incorporate some of these things if they're not already in there. Does that make sense? It's not a great answer, but typically what will happen is management will have a very different idea of what is reasonable and practicable than potentially a worker base that may not agree with that the organization has exhausted all the possibilities within their means. And so that's...
Sometimes I saw during COVID, probably everybody did, the difference between what was enforced in a provincial, like in healthcare, for example, double masking and using a paper bag to take your mask off and protocol for all that kind of crap. And then how it was enforced in a private company where it was just, here's the hammer, and you don't, like the improvement order, you don't fix it, we're gonna have a problem with that. And they're not using the same hammer in a provincially run or a provincial employer. Or a unionized shop versus a non-unionized shop. That there seemed to be a different set of requirements or rules that were applied to those different types of organizations, and that was incredibly frustrating during COVID. And when you had people saying, I don't like it, or I don't want to wear it, or it doesn't fit properly, or on it went. And trying to resolve that conflict, and then it's you make an exception for one.
Well, I see exactly what you're saying and where you're going with that. And that's where the piece that might have been lacking was, I don't want to wear this. Was the company going back to the worker and asking why? What is it? Like, what is the barrier there? And having worked in many industries, construction being one of them, it's really easy for a worker who's legitimately never had to wear one before, because it was never a hazard for them, and all of a sudden they're in an N95 because they have to work with other people, and the proximity is the hazard now. And in a sense, it's legitimate for them to say, look, this isn't comfortable, I can't do my work. It's kind of that knee-jerk reaction that many workers do have to something new. What I found was where companies could have improved was simply, instead of just putting that hammer down and saying, look, we need to get the work done, you need to wear that, they weren't taking that extra step and asking, hey, look, where's that barrier for you? And like, how can we problem solve this? It's guaranteed it's a bit more work, but if you want that compliance, it's a step that you have to go through with your work staff. And the better compliance you get, the more that builds that culture in your company. And whenever you need to make any kind of other health and safety change like that, in the future, it ends up being an easier transition. So I understand the disparity between healthcare and other industries. It was a rolling dumpster fire, no matter where you worked, to be very honest. And healthcare was no different. A lot of that was just very behind the scenes. Yeah, no, that's a very good point. Then you probably saw it really up close and personal. So. In the acts and regs, you mean?
Yeah. There's regulation for respiratory protection. It's only enforceable in
Mhm.
the red, right? So this would be that proper to content.
Well, it would be, except this is embedded in the acts and regs. I'll get to that in a slide further down the line. But the regulations for respiratory protection within, I believe it's section 6 PPE, references the standard. So thank you very much. So what the legislation says is you need to adhere to the standard, which is why we're talking about it today. This is embedded in the legislation because the legislation references this standard.
Clause 12, the requirement of health assessment for the fit testing. Is it spell out what's going to be the decision if there's going to be a certain elements for that person? Let's say you do the standard specifies that.
It does, in fact. The components, clause 14.4, Annex B and C, within the standard, what they also have, especially pertaining to clause 12, are templates and algorithms. So what it does is it actually gives you a template for a health assessment, and it also provides an algorithm to walk you through how you use the information that comes out of a health assessment. I would encourage you, if you don't have a health assessment as part of your respiratory protection program, to go back to the standard, to that particular section, clause 12, and it will point you to the other parts of the document where you can get those resources to add that into your program. So going back to the healthcare industry, what that looked like at the time for us was simply just a questionnaire that you would sit down before the fit testing ever happened, and you would the worker would complete the questionnaire that had elements of a health assessment to it, and based on that, and there were in fact times where a worker, we didn't even get to the fit test because the worker would mark, I'm claustrophobic, I can't tolerate having anything around my mouth. There's no fit test that happens after that. That now transitions to something else where you need to look at, you need to work with your management team, your HR department, and your operations team to see what the options are for that particular individual. But what clause 10 really does is it keeps you from fit testing someone in a respirator, because your policy says that everybody needs to have one on their face, and not having that worker ever wear it when you're not looking, you know, for very legitimate and tangible reasons. So does that answer your question? Are there any other questions about these particular pieces of the updates to the standard? Well,
Dave, I had a question in the Zoom room.
Sorry, what was that?
That I had a question coming from the Zoom room.
My apologies. Yeah, please feel free to jump in.
When does it become a hardship for the employer for accommodating that worker?
Yeah, that is it's a really intangible question, because from a legislative standpoint, the verbiage is up to what is reasonably practical by the organization. So it really depends on the organization and their scope of practice. What will be reasonably practicable by an organization like the WHA, for example, again, to beat on that dead horse, there's no threshold there. As a public healthcare entity that employs 8,000 people, the resources available to a health authority are so vast that there really isn't anything that an organization of that size cannot do to accommodate a worker, whether that be removing them from the exposure risk, whether that's looking at different options for PPE. There's always something that an organization of that size can do. Now, if you're talking about a smaller local business, and frankly, being in manufacturing, I would suspect that many of your organizations are fairly large. Oftentimes, the way that management views what is reasonably practicable is tied to a dollar value. It is what allows us to remain profitable without undue hardship. And that's not the legislative benchmark. An organization has a responsibility to keep trying options up until the point where, as far as practicable by that organization, they've exhausted them all. And when we take into account administrative options, there isn't a lot that isn't on the table. So even removing that worker from that risk, or looking at job hazard or supplementation with another worker, or there typically is something that can be done. At the end of the day, like I had mentioned before, it is the provincial health and safety officer that makes that determination. We're just trying to keep you from getting to that point, because these things are always much better managed internally than if you end up having 30 days to ensure that all of your staff are in a respirator that they're able to tolerate. And that's because it comes with a countdown clock to it that you have to adhere to. So looking at it proactively, and perhaps right now in your organization, you're only at the stage where you're asking those questions. And you're without a respiratory protection program. In following the process to building a program, you will ask those questions. Those questions will be answered, and you'll be able to put a plan around that for your workers. Were there any other questions on kind of the previous slide? I think. No? Okay. So some of the other the other changes that were updated in the 2018 standard, like I had mentioned before, the addition of bioaerosols, their measurement and exposure limits. They had that in a limited form in previous iterations of the standard, but they've really kind of fleshed that out. And the rationale for that is because the equipment, the PPE, was able to protect against bioaerosols previously. It was just never measured because it wasn't its original intended use. So they went out, they measured it, and they said, look, if you have a P100 filter, not only will it protect you from xylene fumes, but in case of a biological organism exposure, you can also use that equipment. So it helps a company in being able to look more broadly at expanded risks and to see whether or not the equipment they have meets that need. So Annex O talks about information on the persistence of bacteria, fungi, viruses, and other pathogens on surfaces in air. Annex Q, guidance on accommodation of individuals having special needs. So I had mentioned that earlier in the presentation. Workers may present with special needs for a variety of reasons. Many of those will fall under the protected categories within human rights law. So simply embarking on that quest to find out who those workers are and how you can deal with that as employers is important, because it leads to increased compliance. And then Annex R, updated sample respirator fit test record form. What they were finding was the documentation that existed around respirator fit testing, worker inventories, and who could wear what was largely lacking. And So they really kind of shored that up so that an organization is now well poised, if looking and adhering to the standard, to know exactly what documentation they need to have and how long they need to keep that in order to be compliant. So I had mentioned that we were going to look at the Act as kind of the precursor that refers to the standard. So essentially, the general objects and purposes of the Act state that workers need to be secured and self-employed persons from risks to their safety, health, and welfare arising out of or in connection with activities in the workplace, and to protect other persons from risks to their safety and health. That is really high level. Like that's a 30,000 foot. You need to keep every employer shall, in accordance with the object and purposes of the Act, ensure so far as reasonably practicable, the safety, health, and welfare at work of all his workers, and comply with this Act and regulations. And that there it is right there in writing. Again, what is reasonably practicable for your organization will really depend on a number of factors. It's not going to be the same for every organization, which is what makes it so difficult to answer, because it's not just, there isn't a line that applies across the board. It is very individual to the organization.
Yeah.
Was that a question or no question? Okay. So then we look at section 7.4, establishment of workplace safety and health programs. And this is kind of where we start seeing that the need for a respiratory protection program specifically. But before we even get to that, an employer shall establish written workplace safety and health programs for each workplace where 20 or more workers of that employer are regularly employed. Eliminating or control of risks. And I know that I've talked about what we're looking at here today, more specifically, is PPE. But that PPE is really considered the last stop on the hazard mitigation train line. Many of you will be familiar with the hierarchy of controls. The most preferable option for any organization is elimination. So if, for example, it's a chemical that's being used, is there a substitute that is less hazardous, less toxic? Can you do without it in its entirety? Oftentimes elimination is difficult as an option because things are what they are. You use what you use, and that's not the option. Oftentimes, what ends up happening in the decision-making process, however, is we skip right from can we eliminate? The answer is no, right down to, all right, let's put them in a respirator. But there are layers there. Substitution, engineering controls. Can we look at our ventilation, either through local exhaust ventilation, through general ventilation, point source ventilation? And I'm saying the word ventilation a lot because we're talking about respiratory hazards. And typically added ventilation is the preeminent engineering control for respiratory hazards. And then administrative controls, changing the way that people work. That's where you get your policies, your procedures, your safe work procedures. Those are administrative controls. And then finally, PPE. And the reason that we have that top-down approach is because the higher up you go, the better it works, the more consistently that intervention will work, and the more broadly applicable it'll be to your staff. Elimination affects all of your staff and protects all of your staff equally. PPE, the value of PPE really depends on compliance of the individual. So it becomes a very individual, a very individualized way of dealing with hazards in your workplace. And then you kind of get this ebb and flow of compliance, depending on different departments, depending on different workplace cultures. So we always want to look at that top-down control pattern to see if we can do something other than PPE. So I encourage you to look at it through that lens. But going back to the legislation, as an employer, you are responsible for eliminating the risk that has been identified, again, through your hazard assessment, which we will talk about in a moment, either through the design of the workplace, your work processes, or your through engineered controls. So 2.1.2 talks about what the options around failing to eliminate the risk entails for an employer. So one of a combination of the following, and to the extent practicable, the design of the work process, the design of the workplace, and the use of engineering controls. All of that to say, control your risks. So the respiratory protection program may be one of a number of programs that you have that specifically deals with airborne hazards. The components of the standard that we're going to look at going forward are compliance with the Manitoba Health and Safety Act, and quite frankly, simply having a program gets you about 60% there. As we know, in many industries, having put the time and effort into developing something, having a directive, an organizational directive, is key. It sets an expectation for management, for your workers to adhere to. Do they all work? Not all health and safety programs are built the same. You may have one and it's terrible, and it really doesn't. There may be gaps in it that can be improved, but at least you're not starting from nothing. You can build on that. Hazard assessment steps. So again, a key part of any kind of health and safety program, including a respiratory protection program, is getting a real sense of what your workers are exposed to, and knowing what the impact of that is to them. Required information for respirator selection, occupational exposure limits, and I'll get into occupational exposure limits, or OELs, in a second. An OEL is basically a scientifically derived threshold for particular elements, chemicals, agents that you need to protect your workers below. Respirator protection factors and respirator options. So this is the 6.15 respiratory protection equipment. This is the right from the acts and regs. We've kind of touched base on this before, so we're not going to belabor it. But this is where it says right there. It references the standard right in the first paragraph. So it also indicates that as employers, you need to ensure that your worker uses the PPE properly. That is in fact on you. And that really comes into quality control processes as part of your RPP or your respiratory protection program. So I had mentioned that we were going to talk about hazard assessment. The elements of proper hazard assessment is knowing what the occupations are within your organization, the tasks associated with each of those positions, the steps, and then the associated hazards. And to be quite honest, if you haven't done a JHA or job hazard analysis, there will be a lot more hazards associated with any particular task than you might imagine. Your workers will know it, but the farther up the echelon you go, the less you may be aware of those particular hazards, not engaging in that task every day. And this is really kind of where I encourage employers to work with their staff who do the work to develop the program. There's no one more aware of the hazards that they face day in and day out than the people who do it, who do the job. It talks about the controls of each hazard. That is a key part of identifying hazards, is then taking that next step in telling your workers or putting a plan together around how you're going to control those hazards for them. And then it's just acting on that implementation. So other components of a respiratory protection program, as I had mentioned before, OELs or occupational exposure limits. Those are the thresholds that you need to make sure that you fall below in worker exposures. That number isn't zero, incidentally, for any particular exposure. Very rarely is, over the course of an 8-hour day, is that OEL zero. Certainly there are some where if you're going to be working with this particular chemical at all, you're going to need some kind of mitigation practice, but others, as a threshold, you build up to that. LEL, so lower explosive limit, really what that means is if your workers are dealing with reactive chemicals that may have the risk of igniting and causing an explosion, you need to be below that. And then anything that's immediately dangerous to life and health. So looking at risks associated with environments where you may have an oxygen concentration level below 21%, where like an oxygen deprived environment. So in the shipping industry, for example, there's maintenance and work that's done in between double hulls of ships. Those are oxygen starved areas. Wearing a respirator or a conventional half-face respirator is not adequate. A worker's going to go in there and they're going to collapse because they haven't been provided with the appropriate amount of oxygen. The majority of respirators, conventional respirators that you will be familiar with, are what we call air purifying respirators. So what it does is it takes the air from the environment that the worker is working in, and it just filters it. It doesn't provide them anything additional. And so it'll filter against dust, mist, gases, vapors, fumes, smoke, but it doesn't add anything. In environments where you need more than just filtration, that's when you would need to look at SCBA equipment or some type of supplied air system. Occupational exposure limits. This is just an example of some of the gases typically found. This can get a little number heavy. This is where, again, a health and safety professional can help triage this information and let you know exactly how these numbers impact your workplace. So the TWA is a time-weighted average. It's typically, these are exposures over an 8-hour day. These have been prescribed by ACGIH, the American Congress for Governance and Industrial Hygiene, and they publish a book that every year that gets updated that sets out thresholds for a multitude of chemicals, as well as bioorganisms now. So how do you decide, given the plethora of options out there for respirators, what your staff need? So it's a fairly simple calculation. Not all respirators are built equally. What you want to look at is the concentration in the environment that the worker is working in. You divide that by the protection factor of the particular respirator. So you may be familiar with the different kinds of respirators. You have half-face respirators that just kind of sit around the mouth. You have full-face respirators that cover the entire face. And you have PAPR, positive air pressurized respirator. They all confer different levels of protection. So the PF, protection factor, of each respirator will be different. So we're not going to get into the calculations, but so if your workers work with xylene in your workplace, it has a TLV of 100 ppm, parts per million. That's the threshold. The airborne concentration as measured in that same space is 595 ppm. What is the protection factor in that environment? The answer is 11.9. That may not mean anything intrinsically to you, but a half-face respirator, the ones that many of you will be, the rubber mask with the 2 pucks on the side, has a protection factor of 10. That means that respirator in this situation is not adequate. A full-face respirator has a protection factor of 100, and a PAPR has a protection factor of 1,000. It's basically how that works. So here are some examples of air purifying respirators. Again, it is just filtration material. Some of them will seal around the face. Some of them will seal around the mouth and nose. You'll see an N95 respirator in there. N95 respirators still need to be fit tested, and that's really where their value comes in. If you're just providing an N95 respirator to your staff without fit testing them, they might as well be just holding a piece of paper over their mouth. Yeah.
Standard address.
It in fact, so this standard doesn't specifically mention the K respirator, but there is an addendum that does talk about it is separate and apart, but if you're looking for that, yeah, there's something out there on that. So again, as I had mentioned before, different types, many of these will look familiar to you. I had talked about supplied air respirators. That's kind of what it looks like. This is a lot, and there are very few industries where this is in fact needed. We'll all be very familiar with our firefighters that use supplied air regularly. It's because there's no amount of filtration in the environments that they go into that will that is protective for them. Also, in a fire, often you're dealing with oxygen-starved environments, so hence the need for supplied air. There are other varieties of this as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be a tank on the back. It can be a suit with a hose. You see that a lot in labs. So our level 4 microbiology lab here on Arlington, it's basically that suit, but with a hose sticking out the back. So for air purifying respirators, this is these are the protection factors associated with it. I believe I had mentioned that PAPRs were 1,000 before. I was mistaken. That's supplied air. So that's kind of what you need to look at in your workplace is, does the equipment that you're providing your workers in fact address the hazard and the concentrations of the contaminants in their space? We're going to kind of blow through by compressed air. General respirator limitations. I know many of you will probably have struggled with some of these. They are, in fact, critical. If you're giving out PPE, these factors make a difference, and they make a real difference. Facial hair, corrective glasses, any type of additional PPE. So often in your spaces, you'll also have to wear safety glasses or a helmet. How that interacts with the respirator matters. For what it's worth, welders can wear a respirator under the welding helmet. 100%, without a doubt. It is entirely possible, and it makes a huge difference. If you've seen any of the data on welding fumes and long-term impact. So parts of a respirator, we've deconstructed it here for you. Essentially, its basic elements are a harness, a face piece that seals tightly to the face, a one-way valve to take air in, and then basically 2 one-way valves when you're breathing out. It's 2 in and 1 out. So the air comes in through the filters and gets exhaled through an exhalation port in the front. So elements of respirator, proper respirator fit, it has to seal tightly to the face. I know that there have been situations where workers will try to recommend or suggest allowances, such as using Vaseline to create that seal. That's not going to work. So how do you make sure as a worker that when you put on your PPE, it's working for you? We've got the positive pressure face seal. Essentially what you do is you put it on, you tighten it. There's 2 components to it. You hold your hand over the exhalation port and you breathe out. If you're not properly sealed, you'll get leakage. Conversely, the worker will hold their hands over the filters and inhale. You should get a complete collapsing of the respirator. This is a field check only. It is not a quantitative or qualitative fit test, which is required for respirators. So that was the inhalation component. Doing this, you'll be able to feel, hear, or sense the air leak through the respirator. It's not imperceptible. Doing this with a tight seal feels like you're suffocating. Respirator fit testing. Again, if you're not fit testing your staff, they're not getting the protection that's required. There are 2 types of fit tests: qualitative, and the qualitative fit test is essentially either a saccharin or a bitter fume that is released into a hood over top of the worker wearing a respirator. If they're able to detect it, we say that they have a leak, it's not a proper fit. Quantitative, and personally, I would always recommend a quantitative approach. You connect them to a machine that actually measures the differential between the concentration outside of the outside environment and within the respirator. Fit testing is a process. It does take a trained individual to apply a fit test. You can't just give it to anyone. They have to know what they're doing. So that's really what a port account or a quantitative fit test machine looks like. And on the bottom there is a picture of a qualitative fit test. Throw the bag on, give them a puff of smoke inside the hood, and they let you know. The reason that we recommend the quantitative testing is because qualitative fit testing relies on the individual sensitivity to either the saccharin or the bitter or the smoke. The smoke works really well. There are some people that just can't taste the saccharin or the Bitrex, and so they'll give you a false positive or false negative, I should say. So there is a process to putting on an air purifying respirator. Essentially, you start with the face piece, whether it's a cup or the full mask. You tighten the straps, and then you engage in your pressure seal check. Maintenance is also critical. I've seen workers pull a respirator out of a bag in the back of their truck. The bag was just filled with debris, and then they just slapped it on the face like they were protected. That doesn't work. And as interested persons in your organization, the proper maintenance of this particular piece of PPE will save you a lot of money. Respirators are not cheap. The proper maintenance not only will help protect your staff, it will save you money in the long run. So I'm going to take the last few minutes to talk about medical surveillance programs, because it is part of what it is part of a proper respiratory protection program. While it's not covered in the standard, essentially what a medical surveillance program means is for anybody that works with fibrogenic dusts or any type of contaminant that they're regularly exposed to, the organization needs to have a monitoring program for that. For example, in the restoration industry, asbestos workers should be part of a medical surveillance program. What that entails is they go for biannual x-rays and lung function testing, because of the understanding that they're exposed to this contaminant day in and day out, and the long-term effects of that exposure can be fatal. It's not unlike a hearing test. What it does is it kind of maps out longitudinal degradation in workers where a known exposure happens. So basically what that is a baseline examination. So you start from where they're at now with your organization, and they go through the battery of testing, it's documented, and then you just repeat it again year after year. So these are all slides that kind of go through what I've just mentioned. There is a guideline out there that goes into detail about medical surveillance programs. If you have anybody that is regularly exposed in your workplace, please consider this as an addition to your program and consider doing it well. Over the long term, it'll make a huge difference to your workers' health. So I think I've basically run down the clock, but are there any final questions?
Be active lifting and body mechanics with Xenia Adrian, safety manager for Loewen, and Devin Clausen of the 431 Strength Squadron, doing a lot of really great stuff at Loewen with MSI prevention, and they'll tell us about it right now.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, I'll get started. So the first part. There we go. All right. Thank you. All right, so a little bit about myself. So I've worked at Loewen's for the last 20 some odd years. Started off in manufacturing, worked my way up into the company, and has been in health and safety since 2011. Now I'm leading that team and having a lot of great times doing all kinds of different things, trying to build the safety awareness and improve our culture. So over my time in health and safety, I've had a lot of opportunities to take different training, just to do things so that I can better manage the safety culture at Loewen. So the next one up is Devin. And I'll give you the mic, so we're going to share for a minute here.
Awesome, thank you. I'll just hold it.
All right.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Devin. I am a kinesiologist who specializes in human movement and exercise science. So one of the main things that I believe in terms of MSI reduction is that quality of movement, proper biomechanics, and how we use our bodies is paramount to injury prevention. I am the owner of 431 Strength Squadron. It's a small personal training facility that I opened up this last summer in Steinbach, where I'm from. I do personal training, group training, and online coaching. I do sport team strength and conditioning as well for local teams. My education is a bachelor's degree of kinesiology from the University of Manitoba here. I'm a certified strength and conditioning specialist through the National Strength and Conditioning Association. And I have my CPPS cert, which is a certified physical preparation specialist. It's a lot of letters. But what we're going to talk about, kind of all of these things are super, super important. They lay the foundation for the program that we've done. My experience in the fitness industry is 10 years. and I've worked with pretty much every demographic. Lots of it was tactical. So military, police, firefighters, paramedics, people who rely on safe movement, and a lot of the principles and concepts we're going to talk about today, they rely on these things for their job. I also have a lot of experience in the trades. So I've done concrete construction, I've done rafter framing, I've done commercial and residential painting. And again, all of these concepts that we talk about today, they have played a huge role in my longevity in my careers in the trades, and they really help prevent injury. And yeah, we're going to talk a lot about that today.
Thank you. I'm doing it backwards. Okay, so just a little bit of a background about why we did this. Just want to have a short little video about what Loewen is. So a lot of people think of Loewen as assembly line workers, where you have that line where you're moving something down the line and your job is to screw all day long. Okay, something along that line. Loewen is not like that. It's very different. It's a lot of hands-on, a lot of carpentry work that needs to be done. So very different than what the assembly line worker kind of visual is. So I think this video will help a little bit to explain that. And it's not very long. All right, so that was just a little bit of an idea or background. So over the years, we've done a lot of things to try and reduce musculoskeletal injuries. So we're going to go with MSI injuries or MSI injuries. We started to do lots of things that are kind of the typical things. So you look at making sure people are working within their strike zones. Make sure you're getting ergonomic tools and the lightest tool possible, so you can try to prevent those kind of injuries. Setting things up so that you don't have to do very much lifting or flipping or doing that kind of stuff, but something that we still have to do in order to get the job done. So we came into a lot of struggles where we were seeing improvements for many years. So from 2018-19, we saw things getting quite a bit better, doing those regular things that everybody would do, those best practices. And then we started to see the plateau where we weren't getting better. And then we started to see things climb up again. So that was already dealing with looking at elimination and substitution, all those things that we knew we needed to do, and we weren't really sure what the next level was. So luckily, we met up with Devin, and then this is where we kind of partnered with him to come up with a little bit of a program to look at how can we teach people to use their body as a tool instead of just providing those tools and changing our workstation. So certain things where you can't adjust the workstation because you have two people working at that same station. You got different shifts coming in, you got different people. You can't always hire the tall person to work at this station. It just doesn't work. So what other things could we do? So then we started something what we called the Body Mechanics Active Lifting, which was a training program. This was a 6-week program for each department. It was broken up by our different departments, so it could be really specific to the needs of those areas. And again, just focusing on that MSI reduction. What can we do to make sure that if we do have to do that awkward lift or a lot of movement, we can do it well and not get hurt while we're doing it. So the program started off with a meet and greet. So Devin would come in, meet the department leader, walk around, talk to the employees, get a feel for what the common movements are within each department, and then make sure that what needed to be addressed would be addressed in the next class. So the next meeting would be a class. So each of these sessions is 1 hour. The body mechanics training class is a hands-on. So we're going to be doing a little bit of one of these classes today. So when Devin comes up, you'll get to experience what it feels like and what your employees would be dealing with and how we were involved in it and what worked for us. Following that, there's another hands-on. So going back to the department then to check to see if what you learned was actually usable within your departments, what could be changed, if there was any other questions, because it's not always super clear, just to try to make sure people are actually following and doing the things that they've been taught. Following that, there was a back health class. So that's more focused on how do you keep your back healthy. The other ones was kind of an overall. This would be a little bit more focused. Again, followed by another check-in to make sure that it's working. Then we started a warm-up program. So the warm-up program had a list of different warm-ups that you would do where it made sense, and we could make it different to the areas depending on what the needs were for the departments. So just some different things to do. He also has been helping us with our MSI prevention team. So that is a team that looks at what we could do if there has been an injury or an accident has happened in the floor. So if somebody is having some sort of strain or sprain issues, we can go look at it right away. Those people are trained up and know what to look for. So that's made a big difference to actually make sure they understand how they can help and what we can do to make things different. And then there's also a new hire class. So when you're first orientated, you're coming in, we have our orientation. Within the first 2 weeks, we have something that's a little bit more specific to talking about those musculoskeletal injuries and how we can prevent them. So Devin helps out with one of our trainers for that class. So we've got the Loewenized part as well as understanding how you can use your body. So the next part of this is going to be all up to Devin. So he is going to do his part and be prepared. You're going to expect it to join in.
We're going to move so no one's going to fall asleep, okay? That should work. Okay. So this is the class that we teach. This is actually going to be the refresher course that we start implementing next year. So this is kind of like the Cole's notes of what we do in like the regular body mechanics class, okay? Oh, it works. Nice. Okay, so today's agenda, we're going to go over the basic principles and essentials, the pillars of this program that have to be in place to make it successful. If any one of these pillars is not addressed or understood or applied by the people doing it, then the program won't work. After that, we're going to get into a little bit of practical application. That's where you guys are going to start to do a little bit of moving around if you feel comfortable and capable to do so, okay? All right. So the basic principles. These principles are the most basic and they're the most essential for us to master. Without any one of these principles in place, it will be much harder for us to work and move with confidence for injury prevention. So these basic principles are breathing, bracing, movement, practice, and then repetition. So if we have something new, like when we started this program, a lot of people were kind of wondering like, what is this? You know, movement, exercise, you know, we're just here to work, right? So people have to understand why they're doing what we're asking them to do. So this is a concept called the OODA loop. I don't know, has anybody heard of that before? No? We'll explain it a little bit here. So in order for us to understand, there are certain few steps that we have to go through to make sure that this is going to be successful or that people are going to actually take it and apply it, okay? So the first step is to observe, okay? We have to observe how this concept is put into practice. So they have to see people doing it. They have to see me doing it. They have to see me teaching it so that they can, you know, say, okay, yeah, learning how to move better actually does make some sense, okay? And then we have to orient ourselves. So then you have to start to think about it, kind of overlay your thought process over this and say, does this actually make sense? Like, I've been moving this way for 50 years and I haven't got hurt. Well, you haven't got hurt yet, okay? So then what we have to do is we have to decide to try it based on the information above. This is the D in the OODA loop, okay? So once people start to go through the very first class that we teach, I've had a couple of, for lack of better terms, some crusty guys come in. And they come in and they're kind of like, oh, what is this, you know? And then by the end of the class on the body mechanics portion, I asked them, so do you guys think that this is something that you can actually find value in? Does this apply to your work? Does this apply to your life outside of work? And they say, well, yeah, actually it does. So we'll decide to, you know, consider this further and then, you know, try and apply it. After decide, we have to act or practice, okay? So we got to give it the old college try, give it an honest chance with intentional effort, okay? Intentional effort and thought behind how we move our machine, because our body is a machine, okay? So after that, we just got to continue that loop. All of these things, when they're put into practice or put together sequentially, result in physical resilience. Okay, and physical resilience translates to less injuries. It translates to more money kept in the business because nobody's getting hurt. We're not losing production time. And, you know, everybody feels a little bit happier, a little bit healthier, a little bit stronger. Okay, a little bit more on the why. I kind of touched on this just recently, but injury prevention. I just mentioned this, MSI risk drops. So the less injuries we have, the less insurance premiums we have to pay to workers' compensation boards. Sorry if anybody from WCB is in here. They might not like that. Yeah, then we don't have to worry about trying to flex a position, get other people to learn a job. That takes time. They're taking off what they normally do, so production slows down there. And then never mind the time loss for the person that's off, insurance premiums, all that stuff goes up. So one injury where we're losing production time can actually cost a lot of money, okay? But then there's health, quality of life. This is where a lot of people start to get buy-in when they understand that this program actually helps just outside of work. Because if you're hurt at home, or sorry, if you're hurt at work, that means you're hurt at home. And quality of life at home isn't very great when your back is all jacked up, right? Then we have strength, physical resilience. So this whole program, what we've tried to do is, it's kind of like a PSYOP, just kind of get people stronger without them knowing it. And that's kind of what we use the warm-up system for. So all of a sudden they start to feel less pain, they're more mobile, they're a little bit stronger, their physical tasks that they've been doing for years start to become easier. And then they feel happier at work, they want to stay. We're starting to develop the physical culture at the end. They're living in less pain. That's an obvious, pretty good outcome from that. And like I said, they're getting stronger. So strength is awesome. Strength is never a weakness. Weakness is never a strength. It pays to be strong. Just like the products that Loewen Windows makes, it's all made in Canada. It's all, you know, you guys saw the video. Quality assurance is there. And it's like, it's a really strong product, right? So it's physically resilient. The warranty is great. The product is great. We want to try and make our bodies into something similar to what we create. Something that's strong, something that's durable, something that's resilient, something that can last a whole career. 20 years. What's the longest someone's been at Loewen for? 40-something years. Lots of that, I'm sure, is factory time. So that's pretty good. So once this process in place, we have to trust the process. Some people are, again, a little resistant to it, but once they actually see the process and they start to engage in it, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, this is starting to work. So again, those four pillars leading up to physical resilience are breathing, bracing, movement, and application. The impact spans across the whole spectrum. We're more effective, we're more efficient, we're more stable internally with our bodies. So that makes us stronger, okay? We start to become an unbreakable human. Not saying that we're going to never break, right? There's obviously things that can happen, but we're starting to put into place the steps to make us more resilient, stronger, more resistant to stress, injury, all that kind of thing. There's a great quote by a guy named Louis Simmons, "Weak things break." And so again, strength is the main, kind of like the main byproduct of some of the processes that we're trying to do here, and just get people stronger, because we understand that physical resilience is going to be what helps to keep this company running. It's going to be what keeps turnover from happening so much. And it's, again, like creating that physical culture where they actually feel the company cares about them, cares about their health and their well-being. And they care enough to bring someone like me in to try and teach these concepts to everybody. So I think everybody just kind of wins all around on that one. We're cruising through this. I think I should slow down. That's okay. Okay, next we're going to hit some of the practical application stuff. The pillars of sound movement. Number one is breathing. Hands up in here, who's breathing right now? I hope. Yeah, okay, good. So the thing that I always talk to the new hires in the MSI class when we start to understand this, they're like, what are we talking about breathing for? Well, everybody in here is doing it, right? So we want to try and leverage this to our benefit, to maximize the mechanism that keeps us alive, to not only to do that, but keep us stable internally, make sure that it makes us more resilient and resistant to injury, okay? So here's a little video on bracing. Do I just hit the next? Yeah? Ooh, nice.
Normal breathing relies on air moving into and out of the lungs through the respiratory system, driven by a pressure gradient created by the elastic forces from movement of the respiratory muscles of the chest wall and of the diaphragm. Most work is done by the diaphragm, though during exercise or respiratory distress, the muscles of the chest wall, the external intercostal muscles and accessory muscles of breathing also contribute. On inspiration, the diaphragm moves down and the respiratory muscles contract to expand the chest such that air comes rushing into the airways, bronchi, bronchioles and finally into the alveoli for gas exchange. Expiration is a comparatively passive process, driven by elastic recoil within the lungs and diaphragm, though when ventilation is increased, for example during exercise, the intercostal and abdominal muscles also contribute. The resting position for the lung is at the end of expiration. The graph of intrapleural pressure plotted against lung volume can be useful to help understand the relationship between the pressure changes in the respiratory system and lung volume. The graph shows that as the pressure gets increasingly negative, as the diaphragm moves down and respiratory muscles pull outward on the chest wall, air enters the lung and lung volume increases. The same happens in reverse on expiration. Lung volume decreases as the pressure becomes less negative and air flows out of the lungs. This is an important concept to understand when considering mechanical ventilation, which is positive pressure ventilation. So instead of air being sucked in down a pressure gradient, it is blown in under positive pressure.
Cool. Now, I don't have that same accent. We're just going to have to deal with it from there. But bracing, this is super important. And so this is our first interactive thing that we're going to do. So if I can get everybody who's comfortable just to stand up with me. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to first of all double check, make sure that our diaphragm, the video that we just watched, is working optimally, okay? So that means we're going to start to feel everything in our abdominal region expand and contract a little bit, okay? So if everybody could do me a favor, take your thumbs, put them out like this. Yeah, everybody loves this presentation so far, perfect. Okay, so we're going to put our thumbs on our belly button like this, fingers straight out parallel with the floor. We're going to slide straight around like this, okay? And we're going to get that crab claw against our torso, in between the hip and the rib, okay? So it's that squishy space. Everybody's got it, okay? So now the key here, and this is the tough one for people, just relax, okay? Next, I want you guys all to close your eyes. Think about the most delicious smelling food you've ever smelled before and take a big, big whiff in through your nose. Breathe out. Go one more time because it smells good. Okay, relax. So hands up Who could feel their abdominal section getting bigger and then smaller? Quiet in front. Who could not? Yeah? Okay. So there's a difference between breathing low and slow from your diaphragm, optimally breathing, and chest and neck breathing. So usually chest and neck breathing is a sign that we're a little bit stressed, using all of these muscles up here to try and inhale and get breath, which means that these muscles start to get tight. Everything here starts to come forward a little bit, and it makes it harder for us to straighten out. But if you guys felt it down here, awesome. If you didn't, come see me after. We can work together. Okay, but now we're going to talk about the bracing. We got the breathing mechanism down. So we're going to go back over here. We're going to take that deep breath in. Breathe out. And I want you guys to bring your rib cage down and flex your core like someone's going to slap you in the stomach, okay? Good. So now keep that tension here. We don't want to relax it. Now, with that tension in place, continue to breathe deep through your nose. I want you to see if there's a difference in what you feel in your hands. Does anybody feel a difference at all? What do you feel, sir? Yeah, perfect. Less expansion. So this is bracing. What we've done is we've essentially turned our torso into an air compressor. Okay, so an air compressor, the outside shape hopefully never changes, right? If it does, look out, get a new compressor. But what we're doing is the air compressor is bringing air in, and the outside rigid shape holds all that air in place until there's so much pressure built up that we can, at Loewen Windows, shoot a nail through a piece of wood. It's pretty fantastic. It's a lot of pressure, okay? So what we've done now is we've created an internal pressure using external muscles to keep that pressure the same. So now what's happened is that diaphragm that you guys saw in the video, which comes down and expands like this, is pushing against our whole torso, 360 degrees like this. And what it's doing is it's creating stability in our spine and in our lower back. So if people are bending down to pick something up like this, they have tension in their core. They no longer have to worry about that shear force on their spine, moving like that, if they're in that bent over position or in a reached position. Now, the cool thing about this is actually changes and has implications for the rest of our joints in our body, okay? So if I stand like this, completely relaxed and hunched over, my mobility in my shoulder is about this. This is about as high as I can go, okay? But if I stand up with good posture, keep my core braced, I have better mobility in my joint. The same thing works with my hips. So if I'm kind of standing slouched like this, and I bring my leg up, this is about as high as I can go. If I stand up straight, I can go higher. So the position of my rib cage in relationship to my hips has a complete effect, or like a really big effect, on how the rest of my joints actually move and function. And this is important if I'm doing manual labor tasks. If I have to reach up for something, if I have to bend down low and pick something up, if I'm working outside of my strike zone for whatever reason, limitation of workspace or something fell, something you have to catch unexpected. If this concept, breathing and bracing, isn't in place, the chance of injury significantly increases. Okay, you guys can have a seat. Thanks for participating with that. Okay, so the main movements that we see a lot at Loewen Windows are the movements coming up here. So the squat, the hinge, and the overhead press. How many of you guys have had manufacturing experience or done work in manual labor jobs? Okay, that's a good number of you guys. That's awesome. Blue collar. Out of these movements, which ones have you guys had to utilize throughout your manual labor career? All of them. Right. Perfect. That's the answer I was hoping for. So it makes sense then that we have those other pillars in place, the breathing, the bracing, so that we can incorporate it into the movements that we all do every day, okay? So the squat. This here is Scott Brasky. He heads up one of the departments here, and he's obviously checking some quality or, you know, whatever else on the door, and he's utilizing a squat position. Some people might say, I'm a team leader, I never squat. Scott squats, and you can see it right here. Scott squats, yeah. We should make him a t-shirt. Okay, so what we want to try and do with the squat is number one, get our feet flat on the floor, toes pressing to the bottom of our boots. This gives us a good solid connection to the floor, and it provides the base for the movement. If we're standing up on our tiptoes, my ability to squat is definitely reduced because my stability is off, okay? Hips are about, oh no, should be feet are about a hips width apart. And think like a rock star stance kind of a thing, you know? Right? Yeah, he gets it. Nice. Okay, then we're going to get our breathing in place. So if I'm standing like this and I have to bend down and pick something up that's heavy, I'm going to take a deep breath. Get my ribs tight or my core tight, get my ribs in place. I'm going to brace my core. I'm going to keep my head and my chest up slightly. If I look like this and come down, when I pick this thing up, it's going to want to pull me forward. So I have to make sure that my positioning before I pick this thing up is solid and in place. Keep things as close to your body as possible. That reduces the risk, or sorry, that reduces the stress on your spine and your core, and it's just more efficient. So from here, I'm just going to squat down and pick something up, okay? It's nice and close to my body. I've used my hips, my knees, my ankles, and I have not used my back at all. Okay, so some people, they're like here, and then they do this the rest of the way, pick something up. Does that look safe? Does that look efficient and effective? No, it looks like an accident waiting to happen. So that's the squat. Wait a minute. Does anybody want to try the squat? No? Yeah? Hands up if you want to try. You don't have to. Yeah? Okay, we got some people who want to try the squat. Okay, so if you want to try it, you can just follow along these steps with me, and then we'll just go through the process so that you guys can understand how this works and how effective it is, okay? So we'll get our feet flat on the floor. We'll place those feet about a hip width apart. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's all squat. Joe, you going to squat? Okay, so we're going to get those hips or those feet about a hip width apart. And I want you guys to put pressure with your toes down into the bottom of your shoes. It's like you're just trying to dig your feet into the sand. Okay? We're going to take that big, deep breath in. We're going to breathe out. And we're going to tighten up that core just a little bit. Doesn't have to be much, just enough. Then what we're going to do is, if I turn sideways, you'll see this better. You're going to start to put your hips back a little bit. Look straight at the wall, pretty much just like above everybody's head, and just bend down as low as you can. Yeah, nice job. Okay, good. So now let's try this one more time. Let's do this without putting your feet into the floor. Forget about keeping your core tight. Forget about breathing and setting up your rib cage position. And then just try and do it without any of that in place. See if you guys can feel a difference. Yeah, knees cracked. Nice. Okay, so hands up if you could feel a difference just from those two things. Okay. Yeah, look at that squat. Nice job. That mustache is epic as well. Okay, so you guys can stay standing. If you guys wanted to try the squat, we'll get you to try the hinge next, because this is a really important one as well. Okay, so you can see here the picture. Someone's picking up after their dog. Someone's about to pick up their daughter, and someone's training in the gym. Okay, so this is a super important movement, especially if you have dogs or kids. Okay, I have 3 sons, and they run at me, and they're like, "Dad, throw me!" So I have to get ready and then just throw them up as high as I can. They love it. Okay, so the setup is essentially the same, except we're not going to go a big rock star stance. That gets a little bit harder. We're going to keep our feet pretty much underneath our hips. But the process, the first 4 steps or 5 steps are initially or essentially the same, okay? So it's nice that there's consistency in the setup of all of these different movements, because this allows for a system to be put into place that's easy to follow, easy to remember, and you can just apply it whenever you need. So feet flat on the floor, toes in the bottom of the shoes, feet about hips about hip width. I should have edited this, sorry. Breathing, bracing, head and chest up slightly. So again, just looking over the top of everybody's heads. Now, if you go to weddings and you start to dance and you dance like me, it's kind of like this, okay? So soft knees, just finding a beat, yeah? Nathan in the back, nice. Okay, so then we're going to keep soft knees, and then what we're going to do is we don't initiate the movement with our body going forward. A lot of people do this, and then I'm off balance, my center of gravity is off, and I have to catch myself. Doesn't make for a very stable movement, okay? So what we have to do is think about initiating the movement with our hips, pushing our hips back. And as soon as we do that, our body tends to follow. People often will think too, they have to reach to the floor. This is a negative thing. You don't have to. If you're really bendy, you can do it, that's okay. It's not a bad thing. A lot of people can't, and then they start to lose that neutral posture in their back, and they start to do something like this. So now our safe positioning has turned into an unsafe movement. Does that make sense? So do what you can, and then let other joints that are supposed to move, designed to move, let those things take over, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get our stance here. We're gonna push those hips back. Feel that stretch in the back of your hamstrings, okay? And then to get up, all we're gonna do is use our glute muscles to push our hips forward, okay? We're not thinking about trying to lift up with our back and with our chest, because then what happens is that back starts to take over, and then we're using what we don't want to use to initiate the movement. We're gonna start to increase the risk of injury there. So it's like a kung fu movie. Everybody bows like this kind of thing. So hips just go back, feel that stretch, and then hips come forward, and your torso just does the rest. It automatically comes up like it's supposed to. Does that make sense? Is everybody comfortable with that and feeling that okay? Okay, cool. We're going to move on to the overhead press or reach. So again, you guys can see feet flat on the floor, toes pressing in the bottom of your boots or shoes. Feet about a hip width apart, breathing, bracing, head and chest up slightly. Steps 1 to 5 are always the same, very consistent, okay? What we're going to do is raise our arms up overhead, keeping shoulders close to your ears, okay? So everybody can try this. We're going to do one arm at a time, and then we're going to do both arms together and see if there's a difference, okay? So we're in that brace neutral stance. Core is tight, ribs are over the hips. So I'm going to take one arm, and I'm going to lift it up like this as far as I can. I want to keep the core tight, because if we don't, we lose tension, we over arc that low back, and then all the pressure runs down the spine and it accumulates at the weakest point, which is the unsupported or unstabilized section of our lumbar spine. So if we're holding something heavy overhead and we lose tension in our core, back injuries is going to start to happen, okay? Okay, you guys can put that one arm down, and same thing, get ready, breathe, brace. Next arm all the way up as high as you can go. Okay, good. So now keep that one up, and then we're going to go both. See if there's a difference, or see how comfortable that feels. Okay, good. Field goal. Perfect. Could you guys notice any sort of limitation in there? Like, is there anything that's holding you back from reaching up overhead all the way? Yeah, I was gonna say suit jacket. I didn't want to call you out though. Yeah. So that's another great point. The clothes that you wear can facilitate movement, or they can hinder movement. So if we're in a manufacturing environment, then the clothes that we wear or choose to wear to work are actually really important to make sure that it allows for freedom. So when I was a painter, our boss wanted us to wear these white painter's pants, right? Do you know how well you can move in painter's pants, especially on a hot summer day? You get about this far and you can't go any farther, and then your back starts to bend. And I told my boss, I said, guys, there's no way I'm wearing these pants. I'll pay whatever I have to go out and get white jeans that can flex, because I can't move in this. It's gonna make me get injured. And they said, are you serious? I said, yeah. So I went out and got some white Levi's, okay? Nice, like expensive painter's pants, just to get them all dirty. But then I said, hey guys, look, I can stand here and I can squat all the way down and up. There's no limitation of movement. I feel more confident in my abilities to perform these tasks. And they said, okay, cool. Everybody else on the crew went out and got these same pants, and everybody started moving better. No injuries. That was awesome. Okay, so that's a great point, man. I'm glad you brought that up. Okay, that's it. You guys can go ahead and have a seat. Thanks so much for your participation. I really appreciate it. Give yourselves a hand. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so how are we on time? We're good? 12 minutes? Okay. So this would, yeah. It depends on how high you got to reach. Yeah. That's a good question, though. It's Dave, right? Hey, thanks, Dave, for the question. I appreciate it. So this is essentially, like, you guys are the first people to get the refresher course here. So this is what we talk about. This is the part where I would take the department that I'm working with and helping just kind of brush the cobwebs off this information because they've had it before. This is the part where we would go into their department and then spend some time just making sure that these concepts are taking hold in their brains. And it gives them a chance to ask questions at their stations, at their departments, so that we can clear up any confusion, or they can ask any questions relating to their specific movement with us, any specific task. So yesterday, I was doing a department check-in. It was the material handlers, and they're the smallest people, and they have to move the biggest stuff. And they had some really great questions about how to move carts and how to position themselves, because they were starting to get shoulder issues and back issues and stuff like that. And so I just spent an hour with them, showing them, or actually rather working with them, getting ideas on how they can position themselves to move these hundreds of pounds carts. When I think the lightest girl, I asked her yesterday, she's 105 pounds. And she's got to move carts that potentially weigh like 300 pounds, whatever. So obviously there's partners that will come and help when things are too bulky and heavy. But oftentimes it's just like, how do I get this thing started? How do I use my body to make this thing start to move? So I spent an hour with them on how to get their bodies positioned in a better way to initiate movement. And they all said, oh yeah, that feels so much better. This is fantastic. I don't feel stress in my shoulder. I don't feel pain in my back. And it's easier actually to get this thing moving. So that's where the hands-on in the field practical application and review really comes into play. And we haven't rolled that part out yet, but in the new year, I'm excited to get going with that and to speak with departments. And really, it's almost like because they've already been through this material before, it's a good chance to try and test them on what they know and to see their actual natural practices in their departments. And then we can call them out on it and say, hey, that necessarily doesn't look like it's the best option for you. Let's try this. And then they can do it, see if it works. And then back to that OODA loop, they've oriented themselves, they've observed, they've decided to act because, hey, this actually looks better. And then they can just repeat until it becomes their natural default movement pattern for that specific task. Does that make sense? One other thing I'll touch on real quick is the warm-ups. So every day, Loewen gives their employees an opportunity to prepare their bodies for the 10-hour day and the tasks that they have to do. So Xenia mentioned it before in 2022 when they brought me in. We would come in and observe the department and see the common tasks that were essentially what I asked you guys, like, what are the common movements that everybody tends to do throughout their day? And then come up with a warm-up plan to help them prepare their bodies for doing those repetitive tasks for 10 hours each day. So then, after going through a bunch of departments, we found the common tasks, developed 2 different little warm-ups that they can do every day. One is a general preparation warm-up. This is just getting their brains and their bodies a little bit more connected, being intentional with their movement. So it's not very difficult. Anybody can do it, but it's like, can your brain tell your body what it's supposed to do? If we say do an arm circle and then try and keep your arm as close to your body the whole time as you can without rotation, can they do it? This also is a great way to see if anybody has any nagging issues, because some people are like this. Oh, this is all I can do. Okay, well, now we know we shouldn't actually get you to be reaching up overhead. You need to ask for help or something like that. So it can be something that reveals limitations or weaknesses in somebody so that they can start to address those things and fix them. Then there's a specific preparation component where the stuff that we just got you guys all to do, we get them to practice it. So it gives them a chance every day for a few minutes to practice good quality movement and get their brains and their bodies connected online, working together to make sure that when they're lifting a heavy window or door or picking up a box or moving something awkward, that these things that we talked about are already in place. So they have the breathing, they have the bracing, they have the movement, they have the repetition and the practice, all that sort of stuff. So that when they get into their job, the first thing they do isn't trying to flip a heavy unit that didn't get packaged up from yesterday. but if it is, their body is ready and active and it's already kind of booted up and online to make sure that if that is the first task they have to do, that they're prepared for it and their body is ready for it, they can handle it, and they're not going to get an injury. Does that all make sense? Okay. Oh, this is yours. Yeah, this is your slide.
All right, so this is our last slide. This is just what we've seen since we've started this program. So we've had a decrease of injuries of over 50% since we've been doing this for a little bit more than a year now. Just the MSI injuries, so great. Anything reportable that normally would have been, we've had that reduction. WCB rates have dropped down for this next coming year, so it's always exciting. We've had lower injuries and new hires. So not only in MSI injuries, but just in injuries in general, just having that knowledge and training and stuff up front has made a huge difference with those people coming into a new position. The teams are working together. They're finding ways to do things safer, not just looking at these things, but just working together and doing things more as a team. So we've noticed that has changed. Getting support from all demographics, which was really surprising for me. I really expected there would be those people that like did not want to have any part of this. We've had really great feedback from almost everybody. So it's been a great thing to do. We've seen increased participation in warm-ups and stretching. So we started that years ago, did not get a lot of buy-in from it. So people that felt they had to do it, did it, but the rest kind of, and they just went through the motions. Like people understand and get it, and they're doing it because they want to be doing it, which is huge. And understanding just in general that we can all make a difference. We all have the power to make change. It's not always waiting for the company to buy that piece of equipment that we need. It's not always changing how the station is. It's what can you yourself do or work with others in your area to make it better for you. So just understanding that and making that change has been huge for us. And that's all we have, unless there's questions. I'm going to have to say Devin is my opinion, because we've talked about this stuff before, but until you had the hands-on and you actually could see and feel the difference. But I don't know what you want to say.
Yeah. What she said, feeling, it's me. No, I'm kidding. No. It would be feeling the difference and seeing the actual benefits. So I'm thinking of one gentleman in particular. He came in and he was arms crossed and he's like, what's this guy going to teach me, that I don't already know? After we went through a couple of classes and check-ins, especially the lower back health class, then I came to him specifically and I said, so how are you feeling? How did you feel after that last class? And he said, to be honest, my pain when I walked into that class was probably like a 7 or 8. When I left that class, it was down to like a 3 or a 2. And he's like, it's continuing to feel better and get better. So he would stick with those exercises that we went through in the class, because that's another hands-on class. And he's like, yeah, I do those all the time and I'm feeling way better. So it's just that experiential, I guess, factor where people are actually like, hey, I don't hurt,
We did actually. Yeah, we took the areas that had the most injuries. So that was where we started first, was our shipping area. That was definitely our first target to see if we can reduce the injuries, to get the feedback and get the buy-in. We had really great results because it's really hard to change shipping. Like you got to move stuff. So that was.
I did a similar thing with Marty. It was amazing results. And pretty soon it was other leaders come and say, what are you doing mine?
That's exactly. Yeah.
So, I told 2 friends who told 2 friends.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so beneficial. So I'm glad.
Yeah. Yes. Great.
Was there any emphasis on the physical analysis learning from the show, or was it more to kind of get people trained on how to brace themselves?
This part is more just how to do it yourself. In the past, we've done the physical demand analysis. We've looked at what we do with that, and we kind of, we got as far as we could go. This was just looking at it in a different way. What can you yourself do to help in the position? Did you want to add anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you, Devin, with your company, got some kind of a trainer program or something along that line without having a degree in kinesiology? And is this something that that we can get our own people on board by having that in-house guy?
Yeah.
Like,
That's a great question. So what I think probably in 2024, because Joanne and I have talked about this a little bit, is putting together some sort of manual that the MSI prevention team can have, because I'm not there all the time. So then it's teaching that team the same principles, the same practices. If people start to display signs and symptoms of an MSI, what are your first what's your first response? Instead of just thinking it'll go away, because it won't. It's like, how do you start to treat those symptoms to make sure that it doesn't become an issue? And then, yeah, just teach people better movement through that team.
I have a comment to add. So something that I get exactly where you're coming from. Be self-sufficient, be able to do it yourself. Keep one thing in mind. A lot of those things are going to be after you've started to see an injury or something is already started, because that's typically what's all out there. So to get ahead of it, it's hard to get the buy-in unless you have somebody who really understands it. So be selective on who you're going to get to do that. If you are going to look at doing internal, just because somebody knows the stuff doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to relay it in such a way that everybody's going to buy in. So something that we've definitely found in the beginning, because we've tried a bunch of things, you really need to have that right fit. So not to say that you don't have it, you probably do, just don't select a person who puts their hand up to do it. But yeah, exactly. Like there's more to than just being able to understand it. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent.
I mean, from the implementation standpoint, is it mandatory for everyone to do?
Yes.
And
Oh.
if it is, how long it is?
The warm-up is not mandatory, it's recommended. We haven't said it's mandatory, but we really don't talk about it, whether it is or not. So your team does it, you join in. You do as much as you can of it. So we don't expect everybody to be able to do it. Some things you can't do. There are some limitations, but everybody is just participating to the best of their ability. But definitely, we didn't make it mandatory. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
I had a question coming in from the Zoom room.
Hey, just a second.
How does this program benefit the new hire? From the existing condition and staff?
Okay, so the question was, how does this program benefit a new hire who has a pre-existing condition? So it may or may not benefit that new hire depending on what that pre-existing condition is. It would be my first thought. Yeah. So depending on what we're looking at. But what it will do is still teach that person how to do what they can with what they have. So depending on what is the problem, we'll still do the very best to build on what is still available to them. Did you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, it's probably just saying the same thing in a little bit of a different way. Just making sure that they work within their limitations, right? Like, so if somebody has a low back injury and we find that out, because I'll often ask questions in the MSI class, like, who here has ever had an MSI? And then they raise their hands and I say, what was it? Oh, I jacked up my back like 5 years ago. Okay, cool. Well, not cool. But at least now we know, and now we can start to troubleshoot that specific situation. Okay, that's where the breathing and the bracing really comes into play, because oftentimes that spine is unsupported when they start to lean forward. So then when they have that stability internally, all of a sudden they say, oh, I didn't know I could do that without pain, right? So it all depends what the MSI is and what the tasks are that they're going to be asked to do. And can we work around that and make sure that they can still be productive, but not further aggravate that injury? Does that make sense? Okay, cool.
There was something online.
Yes, I have a question from one of our Zoom participants. Have you done a program for overhead work?
There's components, and I'll let Devin talk to that.
There is components of that, but mostly what we've done is just done that overhead assessment. And then everybody realizes like, oh, shoot, I actually can't reach up over my head without relaxing my core and compromising my spine. So then that's a bigger fish to fry, because now we have to look at stability issues in a joint like the thoracic spine or the shoulder joint, or we have to look at mobility issues. Like, is the joint itself limited from other muscles that are really, really tight? So that opens up a whole different conversation and a bigger can of worms that can't necessarily be solved in an MSI class or even like on lunchtime, sort of a thing. So that's kind of where the connection and of me being a kinesiologist and understanding these things, then people will sometimes, and people have said, okay, well, then I need to work with you so that you can help me resolve this issue and understand it. And then we can go through specific programming points to make sure that these limitations are no longer limitations in the future. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Hey, you got it.
Short answer, no.
Sorry.
Just one more thing. You had mentioned in the presentation about self-responsibility and how this encourages self-responsibility. Are you finding as a manager that because of this class, people are taking maybe more initiative on problem solving or the self-responsibility elements, not necessarily related to the fitness and the injury part, but just problem solving in their own department about maybe work processes or those kinds of things?
Okay, so the question was, is this now rolling over into other safety things and people coming up with solutions and production? And definitely I don't want to say it's all because of this, because we do a lot of different things. So I don't know for sure what all has played a factor into it, but we've definitely in the last year and a half seen a huge turnaround in what people think that they can do themselves. So not only identifying things that can get changed, coming up with solutions, wanting to be a part of the process change, and bringing those things up. There's not that much of a feeling where you need to wait for your leader to do it anymore, or somebody should notice that we're having a hard time. Like, that seems to be going away. People are knowing that they have to come forward, say stuff, bring up ideas, and do their part. So I definitely have seen a change just in the culture in the last little bit. Yeah. Was there anything else? All right. Well, thank you guys for having us.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Great question.
Wonderful job, folks. Thank you very much. Devin, if people wanted to get a hold of you to ask more questions about your programming, how can they do that?
They can email me, devin@431strengthsquadron.com.
There we go.
And yeah, that would be the best way to get it.
So email at
I should probably do this.
yeah, we'll get that. You know what? If anyone wants Devin's contact information, he's going to send it to me. We can send it out. info@madesafe.ca or admin@madesafe.ca, and we'll get that information to you. Oh, absolutely. Or get a hold of Xenia. Fantastic. Well, all right, folks. We went a little bit over time, but that's okay. No, that's wonderful. And so let's go ahead and take that last 20-minute break before lunch, and we'll finish strong with Reg Komet's Tumeke app conversation. So the time is 11:07. We will start back up at 11:27. Thank you, folks. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, it is about half of us. Fantastic. Welcome, everyone. So I've got a quick slide here that will discuss the Gryptech program. There we go. So grip force coaching in a manufacturing environment. This is Daniel Loewen and his team. Daniel's in the back there waving at us. Gryptech develops injury prevention technologies. Grip force contributes up to 90% of the strain with your tendons, which can lead to pain, discomfort, and MSIs. So it's not just neutral or non-neutral wrist position, it's how much force are you applying. No spoiler alerts, because you guys should all go and talk to Daniel about how his technology solves it. Xenia's smiling at me because she's already involved with them. It is a super cool piece of technology. The Gryptech project has our support, and we'll be reaching out to see if anyone wants to participate if you haven't chatted with Daniel by the end of today, regardless. So with that, we have our next presenter coming up, and it's a presenter that many of you will be familiar with. Our own Reg Komet is going to talk to us a little about the Tumeke app. Is anyone here familiar with the Tumeke app? Okay, so if you haven't seen it, there is a lot of witchcraft and wizardry that goes into this ergonomic assessment tool that the MaidSafe team is actually using. So when you call us and say, hey, I've got an improvement order for 15 MSI assessments that need to get done, or, hey, we've noticed that we have higher than expected musculoskeletal injuries in this area, can someone please come out and have a look? The answer is yes, but what we're going to use is the Tumeke app. And without any further ado, our own Reg Komet.
All right. Good morning, folks. Wow, the lights are so bright up here when I'm not hidden under a bunch of computers at the back. All right. So first of all, we're just going to start off by going through a basic introduction of what's involved with the app. So I'm going to introduce myself a little more formally to you guys. I recognize some faces in the crowd, but there's a lot of new ones out there. So I'll just give you a quick overview on who I am. We're going to talk about what is Tumeke. Okay. It's an interesting phrase. So we're going to look at that. And then I'm going to give you just a general overview on the app itself. Okay, we're going to go through an overview. We're going to talk about REBA versus RULA assessments. We're going to talk about how we use the application to actually do the assessments. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the features as well as some of the limitations. And then I'm going to give you some of my final thoughts as an end user. Okay, I am fully cognizant that these are all barriers that I need to remove to get you guys to lunch, which is going to be here in approximately 29 minutes. So I'm going to do my best to keep this on the rails for us. Okay, so a little bit about myself. I am the innovation and technology lead with MaidSafe, and the saying around the office is that if it uses technology here, I'm responsible for it, or if electricity goes through it, I'm also responsible for it. I've been with the team here for 5 years, and time sure flies when you're having fun. I joke around that I do safety through osmosis. Okay, and what I mean by that is I don't have a formal health and safety background like a lot of my colleagues do. I've got a lot of HR experience, as a matter of fact, and I joke around with people that once you've spent north of a decade in HR, it's enough to drive anybody crazy. You got to get back to what you love. So for me, it was training and facilitation. Okay, so I spent my first 4 years of my time at MaidSafe as a facilitator, and then I kind of progressed into the technology role with the onset of the pandemic and whatnot. A little bit about my academic background. I do have a Bachelor of Arts in Integrated Studies from the University of Manitoba. I do have a certificate in Human Resource Management as well. And I am actually working towards a micro diploma in Workplace Safety and Health, also at the U of M. So besides me professionally, personally, I have been a nerd for 41 years. Okay, I'm passionate about technology. You know, I'm into the hardware, the software, those sorts of things, and the role that I currently have is a fantastic outlet for that energy and that ability. Okay, so a couple things I want to dispel right from the get-go. I am not an ergonomist. Okay, so I'm dropping some truth bombs on you guys. I can barely pronounce the word. Okay. But I have played one on YouTube. Okay, if you do look at some of the MaidSafe training tools that we put out there, I have had a few cameos here and there in these types of capacities. Okay, we got to understand here at MaidSafe, we have a fantastic team of safety professionals, and I joke around that I get to stand on the shoulders of giants. Okay, I do my best to use technology to help these guys to be able to do what they do even better. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be talking about my knowledge and my experience with the application. Okay, and I'm just looking to give you my unbiased take on the tool. All right. I'm an old Ukrainian guy at heart, okay? And I'm very skeptical of applications, technology, things of that nature. Back in my day, when you would buy a piece of software, you owned that software, you had it for life, okay? Nowadays, software is a service, meaning every year, every month, you're paying that fee to keep that program running. Okay, so we want to make sure that, you know, if we're going to be utilizing a piece of software, that there's a really good return on investment and that it's worth those recurring fees, essentially. Okay, so Tumeke, just a quick show of hands. Has anyone actually heard this term before? One person, two people, three people. Okay, 4 or 5. Can anyone tell me what this actually means? Do you guys know what it actually means? No idea, right? Okay, I got a quick little video for you, and hopefully it's going to explain what the word itself actually means.
What does Tumeke mean? The literal translation from New Zealand's indigenous language Maori means too much. It's a way of expressing gratitude for generous acts. For example, when someone has made your day with a small gesture, you might thank them with Tumeke. As in, let me grab you a beer from the fridge. Ah, Tumeke, bro. Think of it as a kudos or means of appreciation.
Okay, so that in a nutshell is the formal explanation of what the word itself means. But in our context, we're looking at it in terms of an app that's really going to help us to diagnose some MSI or MSD issues. Okay, so straight from the source itself, let's now take a look at a video that's going to highlight some of those key features.
Every year, over 1 million work-related musculoskeletal injuries occur globally. In ergonomics and EHS, your job is to reduce these injuries, but the current approaches to do so are manual and time-intensive. What if you could spend less time doing assessments and just focus on implementing solutions to actually reduce injuries? Introducing Tumeke Ergonomics, a safety platform that programmatically evaluates the risk of MSD injuries. So how does it work? Simply record or upload a file of a job. Tumeke will automatically extract joint positions using the latest in computer vision techniques. It then performs one of several industry standard assessments and gives you a summary of injury risk in minutes. Videos are then stored in the cloud and accessible through the Risk Suite. This web product makes it easy to digest the information. Get automatic recommendations on how to change the posture or job to reduce risk. View joint angle measurements for every limb at every point in time. Instantly generate PDF reports to send to colleagues and management. Monitor the impact of your safety program. Perform before and after analysis to see if your changes were effective. Review your dashboard to monitor the impact of your safety program over time. Interested? Sign up today for a trial with unlimited assessments at tumeke.io.
Okay, so guys, I hope that was helpful. Thanks so much for your time. I'll see you later now. Just kidding, just kidding. We're going to dig a little bit deeper here. So basically, Tumeke, it leverages AI and machine learning to do what it does, okay? So when we talk about things like AI, artificial intelligence, I'm not referring to Skynet and the Terminator, okay? We have to kind of humanize this a little bit more. What it's using is basically a form of machine learning, okay? A human is programming thousands upon thousands of different types of models, and the software is being programmed to recognize positioning within those models, okay? When we talk about things like AI and machine learning, especially in today's applications, how many people have heard of ChatGPT? Just a quick show of hands. Yeah, like pretty much everyone, because it can do a lot of things, just not super well, right? You know, where we're going with machine learning and AI is pretty crazy. The very first video that I showed you guys of that explanation on what is Tumeke, okay? The voice of that video is my wife. I recorded her reading the document last night. I then took that audio recording, dumped it into a piece of video editing software, and then had an AI-generated avatar of the face, and it was actually able to make the mouth move. How scary is that? Yeah, and the thing is, watching that video, I was like, you know what? That's about 90% accurate. The sections where we got the two dudes shaking hands and the cheersing, I just overlaid 2 other video clips on top of that because that's the spot where you could tell, oh, the mouth wasn't quite on point. But that's where we're heading, okay? Now, I'm not going to dive too much more off the deep end, but just know that, you know, with where we're heading with, you know, deep fakes and things like that in terms of image manipulation. Camera manufacturers are starting to be able to embed what they call metadata or little breadcrumbs into images so that news sources can actually verify, hey, this was taken with a camera versus this was actually edited to make it look the way that it looks. Okay, so just a few things to keep in mind. So bringing it back to reality here, what the app is actually going to do is it's going to allow you to record someone performing a work process in real time. Okay, you can record it directly into the app, or if you already have video clips of people performing these tasks or duties in the workplace, you can upload them directly in there. Okay, the app on your phone or your tablet, it's not actually doing the computation. Okay, this gets sent to the cloud, to their servers, and it uses what we call distributed computing or cloud computing, parallel computing, to be able to process those results in near real time. It aggregates a bunch of computing power rather, and then it's able to analyze and dissect those results. So what it does first is it starts by extracting joint positions, just like we saw in the video here. It starts by analyzing these green dots. Now it uses something called computer vision techniques, just like we talked about before. In plain English, what it's done is a programmer has taken, a wireframe or a skeleton of a body and overlaid thousands upon thousands upon thousands of videos on top of this thing to be able to teach the app how to be able to recognize what's an elbow, what's a wrist, what's a shoulder, and how these things are moving. Okay, the more models that the software gets to look at, the more accurate it becomes. Okay, if anyone's a tech person in the crowd, Photoshop. There's a little disclaimer that says, hey, if you edit an image with us, can we have permission to look at the background data? That's what it's doing in the background. It now has its own AI generation abilities. It's wild where we're going with some of this stuff. Okay, so bringing it back to MSIs or MSDs, when understanding the joint position, it's a really critical first step to be able to actually conduct the assessment itself. Okay, and what the app is also going to do is it's going to take into account things like repetition, object weight, coupling, all of those sorts of things. Okay, so once we've done that, once it's started to analyze where our joint positions are and things like that, it's going to go ahead and it's going to start to run your video or your task through an industry standard assessment. Okay, and by doing that, what it's going to do is it's going to start to give us some actual measurements, okay, things that are now actionable. And those types of assessments we're going to talk about are going to be RIBA and RULA, okay? And we're going to dig into those in just a little bit here. But what that's going to let you do, first of all, is it's going to help you to understand what is your current state, okay? What are things like in your facility or your organization with that particular job right here and right now, okay? Then what that's going to allow you to do is be able to identify, well, what's your ideal future state? And now where are our gaps and how are we going to address those gaps? When it comes to the gaps, I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler alert. That's where an organization like ours is going to come in really handy to be able to help you guys make some sense of that stuff. Okay. Bottom line is that's what's going to help get us closer to some of those actionable recommendations that we're going to be able to take. Okay. So when it comes to industry standards, okay, we've got RULA versus RIBA. Okay. And remember, not a safety guy at heart, but I was hoping that this might catch some of our attention. So let's start off by just talking a little bit about RULA assessments. Okay. Who's heard of RULA before? Okay. Awesome. Just quick show of hands. Who's ever heard of RIBA before? Same folks who've heard of RULA? Okay. Awesome. All right. So just going to give you guys a quick overview here. Okay. So RULA is a rapid upper limb assessment, okay? Both RULA and RIBA hinge on the fact, and no pun intended, okay? But they both hinge on the fact that they are to be rapid or quick assessments to be able to be processed. So RULA is going to focus on upper limb musculoskeletal disorders, and it's going to look at pain in things like our joints, our nerves, our muscles and tendons and whatnot. And what it's going to do is it's going to help us rank that on a scale of 1 to 7. Okay. 1 is basically, hey, it's all good. We don't need to take any interventions. If we've got a 7, it's like, oh my goodness, we got to fix this immediately or else we're going to have an injury. Okay. And it's going to focus on the following body regions. We're going to be looking mostly at things like upper arms, wrist, neck, forearms, legs, torsos, those sorts of areas. Okay. we typically do these or apply them to workers who have to perform repetitive work tasks, okay? In manufacturing, a lot of what we do involves repetition in some cases, okay? We want to be looking at what we consider to be the most difficult posture, okay? Anything that we've got to sustain for a long period of time, okay? I grew up on a farm. Anyone else here grow up on a farm? Okay. Did you ever have to fill up a vehicle with a 5-gallon jerry can? Yeah, okay. How's that feel? Holding that for, and the thing is, new jerry cans, guys, they don't vent as fast as the old ones do. So if you have to fill something up with a jerry can, you got to hold that awkward posture for a significant period of time. And again, that can come with its own inherent risks, right? So anytime our work process is having to hold an awkward posture, when you're doing things like pouring or filling a container, lifting a box, doing that repetitive assembly work, right? There can be challenges there. Rule assessment also is going to take a look at, does it impact just the left side, just the right side, or both sides of the body equally? Okay. The Rula assessment worksheets, those are how you would traditionally go about assessing these types of risks. Okay, you'd be able to get the worksheet, you'd be able to fill it out, and you'd be able to at least get a baseline for where you had to be. Okay. Now, there's a lot of information up here, okay? It's not overly complex, but you got to manually enter all this data, okay? And when you manually enter all that data, you know, if you have a core understanding of ergonomics and whatnot, it's going to help you to do a more effective job here. But also understanding the task or the job is also very, very critical when it comes to this step here. We got to remember, this process is subject to a certain degree of subjectivity. Okay, we're all human. We all interpret things a little bit differently than each other. Okay, so there can be a certain amount of neither here nor there when we go to fill out one of these assessments. Okay, so here's where Tumeke is going to come into play here. Okay, so for conducting a Rula assessment, I picked a great one to do here. This gentleman's name is Steve Rogers. Does anyone know who Steve Rogers is? Okay, one person. Steve Rogers is Captain America. He works for an association known as the Avengers. Okay, and we're going to observe him doing a job task here. So here he's going to feed it to Thanos with Mjolnir. Okay, and the really cool thing with the technology is I literally took this video clip and it was able to put a wireframe over this guy and accurately identify where those areas of stress were. So now taking a look in the app here, it's giving him an MSD risk of 7, okay? And if you look at where the stress points are, green is typically good. If you're looking at the lower body, right, we're okay there. But once we start getting to his upper arm, that motion where that hammer comes full swing at the very top, now we've identified there's an issue, right? Lower arm and neck. See, he gets to put his head back on target after the strike, right? So he can react. So I promise I do have a serious work-related version of this to show you guys in a little bit. But this just shows you how dynamic the app can actually be, okay? So what happens is when we upload a video clip into Tumeke, what it's going to do is it's automatically going to start processing these things here for us, okay? A typical clip can be, you know, anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes in length, whatever the duration of the activity is. But you can break it down. And what it's going to do is, first of all, it's going to look at the video and it's going to give you the percentage of MSD risk based on the video. Okay. So a lot of his activities kind of fell into that low to high range, but then it breaks it down based on what a Rula assessment would be looking at. Things like the trunk, the neck, the lower and upper arms, the wrist and whatnot. Okay. It also gives us some recommendations here. It says, hey, you might want to consider fixing these sorts of things, because by fixing these things, we're able to show a reduction to make his job a little safer, okay? So when we look at those things, the app is really good at being able to capture movement, but there's certain things it can't do. For instance, what is the weight of that hammer, okay? I will give 100 bonus entries for the Yetis to anyone who can tell me what Thor's hammer actually weighs. That's very heavy, okay? But the bottom line is, for an actual work process, we can go in and now we can start manually inputting some data here, okay? In terms of, you know, what's the arm force? What's the leg force? How many times are a certain body part being used? Things that the video might not necessarily, or rather things that the app can't pick out of the video automatically, we can actually go in and augment. So for things like force and load, this is really handy. For other things too, like our model inputs. We can take a look at the different angles that have been identified in the video, and we can make tweaks or changes here. So for the most part, the video and the app together do a really good job of identifying angle. But what this can also let us do is come in and we can actually edit these angles here. So we can actually kind of preview, well, hey, if we took an angle from here to here or from here to here, it can predict for us how much of a decrease in force there would be on the body. So it's a good way for us to be able to kind of come in and say, hey, if we try modifying or altering the task, this may be a really good way to help us reduce the propensity or chance of an injury occurring. The app itself can suggest fixes, but I like to say that your mileage might vary when it comes to the type of fixes that it can actually recommend. What it's going to do for the most part, guys, is it's going to give you some generic, just some generic advice here. Like for instance, explore ways to maintain a neutral position throughout the job. Okay. Yes, there is some value to that, but tell me specifically how you're going to be able to do that. Okay. That's where MadeSafe comes in handy, right? Our team, we can actually come out and we can give you some actionable advice when we do these assessments in terms of, hey, here are some ways to help you actually maintain that neutral posture, right? Or things like consider purchasing equipment to maintain a safe posture. Doesn't tell you specifically what you need, but at least it's nudging you in the right direction. And with our advice, we can kind of help you get the rest of the way there. Okay. The app can also show specific joint angles as well. And this is really cool. Like when we're playing the video back in the desktop app, we can actually click on specific body parts here. And what it'll do is it'll actually show you when in the video that force is applied. So you can really narrow things or really kind of drive things home here. What it'll also do is it'll show us like a waveform. If you looked at someone's speech pattern, there's a bunch of ups and downs like that. It does the same thing for force, which blew my mind when I saw that the first time. I was like, that is so cool. But it really can help you target your prevention efforts when you can actually see the data in this type of a method. So taking a look, just kind of bouncing over to the REBA side of things, same thing, right? REBA is great for assessing dynamic jobs that are going to involve the whole body. RULA is really kind of tailored for upper body. REBA will capture pretty much everything. And what it's going to do, it operates very similarly to RULA. It's going to assign you a score to things like your wrists, your forearms, your shoulders, your neck, trunk, backs, legs, knees, all of that stuff, okay? And it's going to help you to quantify things like uncomfortable postures, repetitive motions, and those awkward physical exertion techniques there. So I'm not going to dig too deeply into the 6-step method, but just to give you a general overview, step one, obviously, identify a job, right? Within your facility, if you're seeing that you're having a lot of injuries in one particular area, hey, maybe we're going to target efforts here. You then got to define and understand what the tasks are within the job. Actually being able to do a job observation, getting eyes on the task is going to be helpful when you're doing these. You're then going to identify the tasks within the job you intuitively believe have the highest MSD risks. So based on what you've observed, what gets your spidey senses tingling that, hey, this might cause an issue here for us. Then what they recommend is try to capture the worst moment with a photo. When we say the worst moment, the moment at which the maximum exertion force could be there, okay? If we have to lift something out at an awkward angle and place it down or something like that, we want to try to capture that. And then we're going to complete the REBA data collection form and then determine the score. Just like with RULA, right? You're going to go through that same process, enter in the data, and then it's going to give you a score. And then, of course, we want to try to look for continuous ways that we can improve those job processes so that people don't get injured, right? So again, just like RULA, REBA is going to follow that worksheet. Don't get me wrong, if you're using this method now, it is definitely effective, but it is subject to all of those same challenges that RULA was, okay? So again, it's subject to our own biases, data entry errors, things of that nature, okay? So here's Tumeke in action for a REBA assessment. So I'll just play this video here, okay? Very effective, again, maybe not as cool as Captain America, but you can see what's actually happening here and how the app's able to identify those angles. Now, what it's also doing here is, again, given the REBA kind of scoring matrix, it's doing the exact same thing to being able to assess risk, and it's breaking it up among those various parts of the body here, okay? Again, a lot of, just like the RULA assessment, that REBA model also allows you to enter in manual inputs as well as model inputs. Okay, so you can enter in weights, angles, things that the app may not specifically capture. When we can go in and put those manual inputs along with everything that the app has discovered, that's what makes this thing super accurate. Okay, because now we're able to aggregate all that data and information together. Okay. What we're also able to do is as people coming in to do the assessment with you guys, we're able to throw our own observations in there. And then we can also give you our own recommendations for how we can create a more robust report and help put you on the right path. Okay. So again, it's kind of combining what the app can do with our knowledge to help get you the rest of the way there. Okay. The reporting functionality. This is the stuff that you can actually pull out of it that can be actionable. You can get complete reports containing all of those key areas that I showed you in the presentation. It'll generate a PDF file that has all of this information in there, okay? It also can spit you out a copy of the video that actually includes the wireframe characters as well, okay? So that's very handy to have, especially if you want to sit down with an employee. That education piece can come in really handy to be able to show them, hey, when you're doing something and you know, you're lifting like this instead of lifting like this, you know, you can actually demonstrate the differences there. The cool thing too, folks, it will generate those REBA and RULA worksheets for you. Okay. So if you do want to keep those for your records or be able to use them down the road, it will actually populate and fill in the sheet. This was the one for Steve Rogers that we had done. So it will spit you out a worksheet, which is really cool. Another function that it has is a return on investment generator. So if you were to make actionable changes, it does have the ability to let you plug in some numbers and whatnot and try to be able to quantifiably show you some cost savings by doing this. I personally haven't used that functionality of it yet, but it is something that's built in. So, I mean, it could help you to be able to make that business case if you needed it down the road, but it's not something that I've really engaged with a whole heck of a lot to this point. And then lastly, it'll also let you compare jobs that you've recorded side by side. So you could take a recording of the job as it currently stands, and then you could do another recording with all of the changes that were proposed, and you can measure the two side by side. And that is really helpful at the end of the day for us. So here's the thing. Just some of my thoughts on using this here. The technology behind this, it's really cool. It's pretty impressive, but it's not perfect, okay? A lot of times we might get into the mindset of, well, hey, we don't need a professional ergonomist anymore. Just go get the app, right? Here's the thing. I say it's about 80%. And here's the example I'm going to give you, okay? Back in the day, we all used to have, point and shoot cameras, okay? And then our cell phones got really good. And then we got rid of the point and shoot cameras. And then the cell phone cameras got really, really good, okay? The fact of the matter is, at home, I've got a professional level video camera and I have my cell phone. They both record the same video. Initially, they both look pretty darn good. But that 20% difference between the professional camera and your phone, it's a pretty big 20% at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we still need that human touch, okay? We've got to be able to still put our own inputs in there, understand the jobs. So I don't want to make this app sound like it's just going to replace a professional, okay? Because it's not. It's going to be a fantastic tool to address gaps in the short term and the midterm. But again, it's still not at that point yet. Next thing I'll talk about, though, is ease of use, okay? That app, from the time you install it till the time you can start using it, about 20 minutes, okay? If you really think about it, that's a pretty short period of time. My experience was the first 10 minutes was the account setup. Pick a password. No, that password's not strong enough. Pick a stronger password, right? How many times have we been through those exercises, right? Once you're into the app, it is very user-friendly. It is very intuitive. So that I really appreciated when it came to using it. To be honest with you, I mean, we went out to a member site to do an assessment with it. And the very first time, being able to just take it, record the videos of what I thought some of the work processes were, fantastic, because I was then able to just kind of take sections of those videos in the app, and it'll allow you to crop. It'll say, hey, I only want to look at this 10 seconds from here to here. It'll let you do those things. It's very, very straightforward to be able to use, okay? Last thing I'll kind of touch on here before we wrap up is just the cost. For MadeSafe to come to your facility and do it, member benefit, okay? We're doing it for free for you guys because we love you, okay? If you're gonna go ahead and buy the app, you're looking at about a $250 a month cost, okay? If you're gonna subscribe to it. And again, it is a recurring cost. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it is a single user license. Now, I'll tell you guys how to cheat just a little bit. What you can do is, at least what I've done is I've installed it on a device, a shared device. Okay, so we've got a shared login and a shared device, and the team can go ahead and grab that iPad and go and do those assessments with it, and it's shared in a stored database. The folks from Tumeke will gladly upsell you on a few different options for service. And there are some pretty wild things that it can do kind of above and beyond even what I've talked about. Depending on the size and scope of your operation, $250 may be a heck of a bargain, or it might be a little on the high side in terms of cost, right? Depends on what you're doing. Fact of the matter is we have access to the app. We've been trained in it. The rest of our staff's getting up to speed on it, and we can definitely help you guys out with that. So hopefully that helps. So folks, that kind of brings me to the end here. Questions, Jake? Mm-hmm. For sure. Now, there's a certain amount of predictability to the app, I think. The best answer I could give you is give us a call, let us come on out and take it for a test drive. Because again, right, it can like certain functions. When I did the video clip of Steve Rogers there was a few scenes where he's like actually like doing stuff with the shield in the way, and it saw through the shield because I guess it's predicting certain motions, right? The other side of it too is we can go into the app and we can also say, hey, this is the angle at this point, or this is the angle at that point. So there's a little bit of latitude, but ultimately for something like that, I would say best bet is to have us come on out and give it a shot. Mm-hmm. True. Yeah. No. So like I said, that is something. And again, that's where actually having a human being on site to do an assessment is going to be, of better use to you maybe than the app in some cases. But again, always worth taking it for a test drive just to see, right? If it works for you, fantastic. Anyone else? Any other questions? Okay, folks, who's hungry? Right on, folks. If there are any other questions, comments, concerns, I'm hiding at the back, so please come on over and have a conversation with me. But beyond that, I'll turn it over to Nathan, and lunch awaits.
Thank you, Reg. I'm doing a little bit of distracting. Lunch was ever so slightly delayed. Hopefully it's being set up now. What you'll find is that on the other side of this wall, we have the lunch table set up with food out there, and I am waiting impatiently to hear that everything is set up and ready to go. Someone's going to come in and grab us. We will exit out this door here and go down the hall and then down this hall. Lunch is being set up. There was one final note connected to Dave's presentation this morning with respirator fit testing. Does anyone here have their own port account? Okay, super cool. If you guys don't have your own port account, who would you get to do fit testing for you? Yeah, absolutely. How much do we charge for that? Member benefit. Not allowed to say free because you're 5%. Well, you can say free. I'm not allowed to say free because your 5% WCB levy covers that service. Is there any interest? Because we know that MadeSafe is about to be 12, almost 1,300 member companies. It can be difficult to get us to come out to do all of your new hires. So typically speaking, when I was running a private program, I would have whatever vendor was offering, because the last time I was private, MadeSafe didn't exist. I would have whatever vendor was offering port account fit testing do me on an annual basis, and I would do all of the new hires with a qualitative fit test. So either with the smoke that Dave mentioned or the Bitrex. If you don't have a port account, would you be interested in a train the trainer program for how to use, Xenia is already nodding, would you be interested in a train the trainer program for how to use the Bittrex and the stannous chloride smoke, along with sort of a respirator? Yeah. Okay, that's good enough. 2024, we will have a fit testing program for program administrators, which will include, here's the basics of what you need to do for fit testing with either of those two products. And this is a program template. If you need a respirator protection program template, we have something ready to go right now. Email us at info@madesafe.ca and we will get that out to you. Now, I believe I have received enough confirmation to release everyone into the wild for lunch. So for the Zoom folks, we will come back in 1 hour, Reg, in 1 hour. And for everyone in the room, if you could exit through the back down this hall, and then right on the other side of this wall is the lunch setup. Enjoy. How was lunch, Pete? Yeah, I tell you, I love that Greek market. They're fantastic. All right, folks, welcome back. We've got a real treat for you this afternoon. We've got a 2-for-1 presentation. First up will be the 2024 WCB rate overview, system trends and support. And the first part of the presentation will be delivered by Dave Kramer, Vice President of Safe Work Manitoba. And then the second part of the presentation will be delivered by Sheldon Hummel, Supervisor of Assessment Program Services. So without any further ado, gentlemen, if you, oh, no, I told you a lie. Sheldon's going to go first, and then Dave will bat clean up for us. Come on up, Sheldon.
I remember last time I had applause for showing up somewhere, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, what do we do here? Just like this, just like that. Right. Is it? Thank you. This is a great crowd. I like this. Yeah. So thank you for the introduction, Nathan. Again, my name is Sheldon Hummel. I'm a supervisor of assessment program services at the Workers' Compensation Board. Worked at the Workers' Compensation Board for approximately 18 years, and I've been in the assessments department for around 11 of those. So let's see if I can get this to work for us. Or not. Side. Oh, whoa. Okay, was that me? Okay. All right, so let's look at what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk a little bit about WCB coverage. We're going to look how premiums are calculated. We're going to look at our rate model. We're going to look at risk category movement, rate notification letters, and then we're going to look at some data and some employer insights. Then I'm going to hand it over to my friend Dave, and he's going to look at the future of work, return to work initiatives, and some prevention initiatives as well. Sound good? Awesome. So let's look at the workforce in Manitoba first, give you a little overview. So about 76% of Manitoba workers have coverage through the WCB, and that equates to about just under 40,000 employers in Manitoba. So that's pretty nice. So you guys can see that okay. Let's talk about WCB coverage, why it's valuable. And really, there's benefits to both business owners and the employees. So for the business owners, we've got protection from legal action in the event of workplace injury. We have rate stability, and that means we've got a balance of both collective liability and individual experience based on your size determined by payroll. And we have support from consulting services, safe work, prevention, return to work, things like that. We also have benefits to the employees, the workers themselves. Employees receive full range of benefits if they're injured on the job. This includes wage replacement, medical reimbursement, medical rehab benefits, I should say, and more. So you're looking at chiro expenses, physio expenses, injured worker needs a brace in their arm, leg, things like that, those are all covered. So, big thing, cost of WCB. How do we calculate premiums? Pretty simple calculation, actually. We look at your rate, we look at your payroll, divided by 100, and that gets our premium. That's what you guys are paying us. Now, calculation, fairly simple. Calculation of the rate, a little complicated. That's what we're going to get into a little bit. So first, let's look at average rates. So since 2018, WCB in Manitoba has remained the lowest and has been consistent at 95 cents. You see across the board there, across Canada, we are the lowest. There's some pretty high ones mixed in there as well. So the average rate, if you're wondering what that is, how it affects you, if every employer in Manitoba paid the same rate, that's the average rate. And the average rate is on our baseline for what we use to set rates for each classification group. So WCB rates are based on a system that we call the rate model. And the rate model, we're looking at a couple different things to accomplish. We're looking at collective liability, we're looking for fairness, and we're looking for rate stability and transparency. We don't hide anything. We know how rates are calculated. We show you how rates are calculated. We can give you details on how those rates are calculated. So let's look at our rate model, an overview. So first thing we do is we look at your starting rate. In the majority of cases, this is simply what was your rate the previous year. Then we look at your claim costs, and we compare your claim costs to that of other employers. Then we look at employer size. This helps us determine your experience factor. Then we look at your forecast rate. Your forecast rate is based on your claims, your size, your experience factor. What should your rate be? Now, based on that, we look at some limits. So before we kind of talked about in the last slide about rate stability. So we say this is where your rate should be, but there's some limits. We don't want to charge you a big percentage increase or decrease or anything like this. So our change limit is 15%. Your rate shouldn't be going up or down more than 15%. And also, we also have a range for different classifications of where your rate can fit into. Those are the limits. Then we have a balancing factor. The balancing factor is added at the end to the final rates to make sure that the rate model has enough money coming in to pay for the WCB system itself. Then we look at your industry-based safety program levy, and then we finally get to your new rate. So there's three things out of this that I want to focus on that have direct impact on rates. That's your claim costs, your experience factor, and your risk category. So, rate setting experience. What kind of claims are we looking at when we're looking at calculating your rate? So if we focus on 2024 rate here, we see that we're looking at claims from 2020, 2021, and 2022, and all the claim costs within that period. So if you notice, when we look at calculating your rate for 2024, 2023 isn't in there. We call that our lag year. That's so we can gather the information in order to properly calculate your rate going forward. Okay, so that's important to know. Next thing we look at is employer size and experience factor. So employer size is determined by your payroll. Small, medium, large, 0 to 750,000, 750 to 7.5 million, and then over 7.5. Now we talked about experience. So when looking at claims experience and how they affect rates, we look at two things. We look at your individual costs, and we look at the cost of the industry classification that you're in. So your experience factor then says, what percentage do we take from both? What is from your own experience and what is from the industry that you're in? So if we look at this, an example would be, if I am a medium-sized manufacturing company, I might say my experience is built up of 50% of my own and 50% of the industry. And all that is based on what your payroll is, that percentage. How are we doing so far? Awesome, love it. Next thing we want to look at is risk category. So all employers are classified into industry classifications based on the nature of their business activities, and each classification is aligned to a risk category. So within each classifications, employers can pay more or less than the classification base rate based on their past claims experience. So if we see their employer size, and then we talked about a little bit before, some of those limits are your ranges that your rate can go up and down in between. This is how we calculate what that range is. So if we are a 200% risk category classification, that means 200% of our 95-cent average rate is going to be our baseline rate for our classification. And then we look at what you can go above and below that. So that 200% of 95 cents is $1.90. So for a medium employer, from that $1.90, I can go 20% below $1.90, or I can go 60% above $1.90. Again, based on your claims experience. So far, so good? Okay. So the next thing we'll look at is the nice thing is that industries or employers greater than 7.5 million can move to higher and lower risk categories based on their experience and if it's warranted. So that means if you are a good employer or a good industry, if you are at 200, you do have the opportunity to move up and down. So if the industry is doing well, maybe that brings you down a risk category. What does that mean for you? Well, if you have a lower risk category, that range drops from the high and the low. So that goes down as well. Does this make sense to everyone? Perfect. So we look at 4 consecutive years of claim costs below current risk category. And if the industry, or if you're a large account and greater than 50% payroll is certified by an industry-based safety program, it can move in 3 years. So it can go a little faster. Okay? So let's look at Made Safe and some of the different risk categories. So first off, we see in Made Safe, we have 7 new levied industries. I don't know if, can you guys see that okay? I'll read it to you. So the 7 new ones that we have in Made Safe are manufacturing soft drinks, manufacturing alcohol and fuel products, manufacturing rough cut wood products, manufacturing auto parts, printing and lettering, plating, engraving, coating, and manufacturing paint, and photography snuck in there as well. So the other things we look at when we're talking about risk categories, we talked about movement. We saw some movement this year for the Made Safe industries. So we saw 2 go up and we saw 2 go down. So 2 that went up were manufacturing soft drinks and manufacturing corrosive chemicals. And then 2 that went down were manufacturing fiber and asphalt products and manufacturing aircraft. Next thing we're going to look at is your rate letter. So some people might think their rate letter just says, well, this was my rate last year and this is my rate this year, and that's all they care about. And that's okay if that's all you're interested in, but there's a lot of important, useful information in this letter. So the first thing is peer comparison. So one of the highlights is this, and this shows the base classification rate. So that's $1.20 in this example. And it gives you the high and low. So the highest, this is the range now that we're talking about within your classification, is $1.57, and it gives the low. So this particular employer with this rate, they were at the lowest already. So that kind of gives you a gauge of how are we doing within our industry? Am I at the top? Am I at the bottom? Somewhere in between. Now, some of you, hopefully you guys have all these letters, and if you didn't get this letter, probably means it got lost in the mail. So give me a call, send me an email, we'll make sure you get this. Some of you might see some anomalies that happen. So if we look at this example here, we see the base rate, we see the high and low, but then we see someone who's fallen below. And we might think to ourselves, well, how did this happen? That's all about those risk category movements and the limits we have in your rate. So if this individual was at the lowest that they could be in their risk category, but the industry wasn't doing well and went up in risk category, so say to 100 to 200, but my company was at the bottom, they don't just bump up my rate all the way to that new low, because we have those limits in place that say you can only go up 15%. So it's only going to go up 50%. So we're not at the low, we're below. That makes sense? A little bit? Okay, awesome. Next is the industry and experience factor. So you'll find information on whether your industry classification is trending to a higher or lower category. So we kind of give you a little heads up here. So if you see here, this is manufacturing beams and trusses, and it even says, due to your classification claim costs, your classification will likely move into a new risk category in 2025. So these are your little warnings. So it's not always going to go up, it can go down, but this is kind of a heads up to you guys as well that something's going to happen or potentially could happen. Next is some messaging that's included in the letter. So it talks about who you can contact to improve your business performance and who you can contact to reduce WCB costs. So you'll see in these letters that there'll be contact information for Made Safe, there'll be contact information for return to work services, there'll be contact information for assessment services, and there's some information in there about employer insights. So you might be asking yourself, what's employer insights? So employer insights allows you to analyze your claim information, evaluate your injury and return to work performance, and assess your rate setting costs, all in a interactive, customizable way. So if you see that your rates are going up and you're trying to track down why are they going up and you want to start analyzing some of your claims information, this is a good place to start. Maybe you find out that, hey, we're having a lot of back injuries. Oh, well, maybe we narrow that down to we're having back injuries in a certain department that we're having. Maybe that sparks the, hey, maybe we need to reach out to Safe Work to get some help to come here and help us with that, to see what we're doing wrong, if there's ways that we can improve. So if you're looking for any information about rates or assessments in general, here's some contact information. If you guys would like myself or my department to come out and do a little presentation about rates that's a little bit more customized to you and your employer, we can do that as well. If you're looking for information on employer insights, there's information there, and they can sign you up for that. With that being said, I'm going to toss the mic over to my friend Dave Kramer from Safe Work, and he's going to take it from there.
I have a feeling I might block the view a bit. Nothing against you, Sheldon. Just kind of keep me going up the door. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dave Kramer. I'm the Vice President of Safe Work Manitoba. It's an absolute privilege to be back in this room amongst the Made Safe members. I've frequently been in this room providing information and education and awareness. And every time I come here, the room is larger and larger. And that's great to see. So appreciate all of you being here, taking the time, the engagement. That's certainly well appreciated. In addition to this virtual audience that's joining us as well. So thank you very much. I'm going to talk the information that Sheldon presented. I gave you a bit of background about how rates are set at an individual account or company level. And what I'd like to talk about to sort of set the stage is some of the larger macro considerations that we need to start to think about at the Workers' Compensation Board as we start to set priorities and initiatives and sort of what drives some of the work that we do. Safe Work Manitoba is a division of the Workers' Compensation Board. I've been with the organization now for 25 years, and I've been through all aspects of it, through our records department, case management, adjudication, joined the Safe Work world back in before it actually became Safe Work Manitoba. We had a small prevention team, eventually became Safe Work Manitoba in 2012. Ended up leaving to go into management, went into the assessments department with Sheldon, did some great work there, and then eventually came back to Safe Work 6 months ago. So it's really interesting now to see some of these larger considerations on what's influencing and what's driving some of the work that we're doing. One of the things that I've become quick to realize is we're undergoing a bit of a transformation right now, and we have a lot of legacy systems and technology, and we're about to pivot to a new digital transformation type model, and we need systems to support the work that we do, how we do the work, And it's not a journey that we're unique to. There's a lot of other companies, agencies, and businesses that are going down this path of technology and upgrading and changes. The other factor that we have that's probably not unique to us, that a lot of other businesses are experiencing, is the challenges with recruitment and retention. And just in a post-COVID world, how we're adjusting to whatever that new rhythm is, whether it's a hybrid work environment balance, whether it's the challenges of trying to recruit, retain staff, whether it's about how we skill people up. That impacts not only our business, but the businesses around. Those are influences that can impact injuries and the cost of the system as a whole. So part of the next 6 slides are just a very high level thought and consideration to some of the things that are coming across our minds at the moment. So the change in landscape that we see before us. So number one, workforce is very dynamic right now. So the workforce in Manitoba, what we see in front of us is a demographic of worker that is much more seasoned. That's a nice way of saying a bit older. And that those seasoned workers tend to have certain skills. They may not necessarily be as adept to change with respect to technology, but there are, and the commitment or the ability to move to different jobs may be impacted by that skill as well. We also have a lot of new immigrant workers into Manitoba as well. So there's a lot of immigration that happens. And in Manitoba, we're expecting roughly 1 in every 5 newcomers to Canada to be a new immigrant worker in Manitoba. So with that comes different cultural appreciations, different training, different opportunities, how individuals learn the skills that they bring into the workplace, the training, the awareness, the education of our system, their rights and responsibilities, and language considerations if those are a factor or not. So there's a ton of different things to consider here. So when we're looking at these factors, how do we support and appreciate a diverse and inclusive workforce that's in front of us? How do we look at addressing barriers with respect to language as we train and provide services and provide access and information to our clients and customers? Is there an increased risk of injury because of age or because of the vulnerability of certain workers within our population? If so, what are those factors and how do we mitigate those? And ultimately, how do we retain workers in the fight for skill and talent and keep them in an environment that's engaging, that's productive, that's meaningful, that meets their needs, that balances work and life? There's a lot of different challenges, and there's no magic pill for this. The other thing to consider is the change in workplace as well. The workplace is becoming different. It is a gig-based economy out there. A lot of the jobs and a lot of the work exposure that we see, or the payroll, is really gig-based. So what that means is jobs are short-term, they're task-based. People look at a package of work and they move on, and that may be a different employer. So that creates a lot of challenges in our system as it relates to the gig economy and gig workers, because we need to determine, is that person who's a service provider, are they your worker or are they an independent contractor? And what are the differences in coverage? So are they, if they become injured, are they your employee or are they an independent contractor? So we need to figure out what that looks like. And is there requirements for individuals to register with the WCB and provide coverage? So you look at app-based businesses, many of us have used them. Uber to get from point A to point B, ride sharing, Skip the Dishes to deliver some nice Italian food to my house for dinner tonight. Those workers, do they know that they have coverage with the Workers' Compensation Board? Because many of them don't. So these app-based businesses want to present them to say, you're independent because you have your own vehicle. You can choose when to go into the app. You can choose when to go pick up that food. You can choose when you're going to deliver that. You have all the choice. But the reality is the worker doesn't have the choice because they can't set the price. The terms and conditions are dictated by the app-based business. Yes, you have your vehicle, but you have no risk of profit or loss. You are not an independent contractor in our eyes, and our act indicates that you're a worker and your employer needs to cover you. So that's easy from a rideshare or a food delivery perspective. But what happens if we're securing services like accounting skills, or if we have an app that now has somebody who comes to my house to shovel my snow on a one-time basis? So as we use technology to leverage work and the people that work in that landscape, how do they fit into the workers' compensation system? What are their rights and responsibilities? What does that look like? It gets complicated. There's a much greater resiliency and reliance on technology. We're seeing that very clearly. And the claim composition is changing as well as we see this new landscape, this new workforce. So we're seeing more occupational diseases, and we're seeing more psychological injuries within the workers' compensation system. So occupational diseases is probably not much of a surprise because we're expanding the list of cancers and diseases that become automatically accepted by presumption through our WCB legislation. So if you're in a particular occupation, such as a firefighter, if you have a particular diagnosis, it will be considered work-related unless the contrary can be proven. So as we expand that list, occupational diseases increase, but psychological injuries are also increasing as well. So psychological increases make up roughly 3% of all the claims that we see at the Workers' Compensation Board, but that's an increase of almost 15% from 2 years ago. So what's driving psychological injuries? What are some of the challenges with that? Technology, automation and AI, ChatGPT, website integrations, all these things are impacting the way that we do the work and the type of work. It's changing the geography of work. You don't have to work in Winnipeg to do a task in Winnipeg for a business in Winnipeg. That could be in Toronto, it could be overseas, it could be in another country. So how does that impact coverage with us? How do we dial into the services and how do we dial into the skills that we need for the work that we do? It's not necessarily local anymore. It's much more global. And then now, because of that, there's a digital divide between those that benefit from these technologies and these services against those that aren't. So what do we see? From a digital perspective, our customers want choice. So when they engage with the Workers' Compensation Board, when they engage with Safe Work Manitoba, they want a channel of choice. So we need an omni-channel strategy. There's strong preference for telephony, phone, and email, but we also want apps. We also want services. We also want online chat. We want to speak to a live agent. We want to get to our claim decision owner quickly and fast. We want to be able to manage and upload bills. We want to be able to report payroll easily. Don't make it complicated. Make it easy, accessible, fast, self-service. Many of your operations are not 8:30 to 4:30. So we need to be able to provide those services after hours as well, especially for small businesses, because at the end of the day, when they're trying to deal with all the stuff, they're trying to tie it up. At the end of the day, after put the kids down, and it's like, okay, well, I got to get to this and this. Well, we still need to give them that service and that access, that information. So the other aspect here for technology is digital healthcare and learning. Telehealth is going to be an increase. Access to our healthcare services are limited. Has anyone heard of QDocs? Yeah, has anyone used QDocs? Oh, so good. So use an app to then connect to a doctor. You got to hit a profile. All your medical health information is entered. You create an account that's secure, but you can get access to a physician. So I was interested in a bit of a segue, but my son a couple of weeks ago had an infected toe. And it's clear that he needed some antibiotics. And at that point, it's like, okay, so phone his family doctor and go figure they moved to the other side of the city. And I was like, oh, okay, well, we can go to a walk-in and sit there for a couple hours, or we can just kind of connect to QDocs and get connected pretty quick. So within 30 minutes, got the receipts. There's an online call, doctor, it was a nurse practitioner actually. Nurse practitioner, video call, showed, walked through, talked through some stuff. Prescribed, sent it to the pharmacy, got that medication later that day. So just the accessibility and how we deal with medical providers is so critical. So as we think about shortage in how we can tap into some telehealth to gain information about work capabilities or to seek treatment or services if it is an occupational injury, there's opportunities there as well. So with automation and AI, we're taking away a lot of the repetitive administrative tasks with AI and automation. And if we take away some of that automation, or sorry, if we take away some of that repetition, the likelihood is we're going to have fewer musculoskeletal injuries. So there may be a change in demographic in some of the injuries that we typically see because of technology. The economy. So our economy is a big factor. So part of it, the Workers' Compensation Board, is Sheldon mentioned, we set an average rate, we charge employers rates, and at the end of the day, that pulls in a certain amount of money every year, roughly about $200 million. But not all of our revenue is generated through our premiums. Roughly 30% of our revenue comes from our investment portfolio. So with a sluggish economy, Investment returns are a little less, puts a little pressure on the investment revenue. Is there a need to charge more to employers to make up for that revenue difference? At the end of the day, the Workers' Compensation Board is a break-even organization. Each year, we want to collect just enough money to offset what our liabilities are, claim costs. So that's a bit of a delicate balance there. But with the economy, we've got a healthcare system that's fragile. We're experiencing delays in not only surgical procedures, but with diagnostics. That complicates recovery, access, accessibility, accommodations. Supply chains are improved, but they're still very disrupted, not only in the healthcare sector, but in manufacturing, construction. We know the delays, service, automotion, and the labor markets are so very tight. So we're expecting that customer service is going to change. We want omni-channel, we want choice, we want digital. We know that a sluggish economy can impact return to work opportunities. We know that it may impact payroll and possibly claims. And then we know that there's going to be a greater push for remote work as well. So with remote work comes different complications and different risk profiles. Could create a new workplace safety, a new safe or new workplace culture. But then when you think about remote work, there's a psychological benefit to being connected to an employer, to go on a meeting with your coworkers, to have a lunch with them, sharing stories, talking about what happened on the weekend. If you're isolated and do work in your home every day, each day, how psychologically healthy is that for you as a person? There's got to be some connection. So hopefully there's not isolation. Hopefully you have other employment circles. If you truly work 100% from home, there are other connections, but we are starting to see impacts with psychological health and remoteness. Productivity concerns, ability to disconnect. Staff want choice. They want to be able to dial in and out when they want, how they want. They want more control. Now, in many cases, you can't do that. You're in a production facility. You've got shift work. You've got coverage concerns. That may not be the reality, but that's what drives a lot of workers' considerations. So if you can't provide that, or you don't have clear tasks, goals, if something doesn't line up, you're going to find people looking for employment elsewhere. There's a churn on skill and there's a churn on labor. Climate plays a factor. So we have extreme weather events. We've got more forest fires, more flooding, hurricanes. These impact Manitoba. So when we look at how much smoke did we have this year in Manitoba? So a lot of it was from Alberta and BC, but we had people in Manitoba that went to help fight those fires out of province. I believe the fires this summer, there were 3 fatalities that happened out of province as a result of trying to deal with these events. These extreme weather events have a big impact on our emergency response, accessibility, transportation. We've got new tech and green tech that's spurring innovation in different industries like construction, manufacturing, and agriculture. And then we've got a trend towards electric vehicles and alternate energy sources. So Tesla's great, but how do we service that Tesla? And what are the challenges when we bring this huge lithium battery into a service center and we need to do some work on it? What happens if that battery catches fire? So if we're going to service a Tesla or any EV, electric vehicle, we need more space. We need different equipment. There's a different fire suppression consideration required. Do we have the hazards, training, and information to deal with this stuff? So we're moving at a fast pace, but are we keeping up with the risk? So these are all things that keep me up at night. So what do we look at? Ultimately, WCB, we have some keystone metrics that we're trying to influence. We want to reduce the lost time injuries. We want to reduce the total claim impact. We want to reduce the days lost, which is a measure of severity. And we want to eliminate fatalities. So right now, lost time claims are up 4.3%. I just hot off the press this morning got the end of November numbers. These are the end of October. Lost time claims are actually up 5.9%. Manufacturing year to date, they're up 3%. And in manufacturing, we've hit a 5-year high for the number of LTIs in November. So that's being led right now by the food processing sector. So total claims, which include no lost time, are down slightly, and our days lost are just down a tiny bit. So if somebody has a lost time injury with the Workers' Compensation Board, on average, the duration that they're off work is over a month. Right now, it's 31.7 days. That's our duration. For every day we reduce the duration, that's $1 million for us. That's the impact on the system. The cost is hundreds of millions of dollars here. And we cover what percentage of the workforce? 78%. So fatalities, 19 to the end of October. And in November, we had 3 additional fatalities, 1 acute and 2 occupational disease fatalities. So 6 acute fatalities in Manitoba this year alone, and 16 occupational diseases. So these are the numbers that drive everything we do. So what are we doing? Well, Safe Work Manitoba, we're the public agency responsible for injury prevention and illness reduction. And our strategy is to create a safe work culture, which not only recognizes return to work, and we provide some program support services with return to work, but it's about working with our prevention partners and reducing the impact and the frequency of injuries. So we have a number of industry-based safety programs, Made Safe being one of them. And it's what do we do to create initiatives, to create programs, to create education, to create training, to create standards, to create certification that will drive these numbers down. And ultimately, embracing a culture at work where it's not acceptable to take a risk, to minimize it, to follow procedures, to do what's right. That's ultimately what we're looking at. So some of our strategies. As I mentioned, at Safe Work Manitoba, we now encompass return to work as well. So it's not individual claim return to works, but it's how we can help and assist employers in developing the best practices for a disability management program. How do you approach return to work? And that approach should be defined and ready in the event that an injury does happen. We don't want them to happen, but if they do, how do we approach that and what does that look like? So we offer workshops right now. We have a WCB Basics workshop, which is 1 day. We deliver return to work basic workshops, which is also 1 day. And we're in the midst of developing a complex return to work workshop. So it's going to be a half day. And what we mean by complex is how do we deal with a more serious or catastrophic injury, or how do we consider return to work if that injury is psychological? It's a little different. It's a little bit of a nuance of approach, but we need a different strategy on that. We need to have some special attention dedicated to a type of injury that is very complex and unique. We also provide consultant and return to work support. One of the other things that we've done as an organization is created a pilot project on a worker care clinic. So this worker care clinic, we started this in April of this year. And what it is, it's a clinic out in the North Kildonan area of the city, off of Monroe Avenue. It's the Kalo Medical Clinic. And we've got an agreement with them, with the physicians there, that they'll spend more time than the 7 minutes that a doctor has allotted for your appointment time. So more time to assess and work with an injured worker, diagnose them, provide them education and information about return to work opportunities, fill out functional ability forms, and also intervene in any type of quick care with respect to casting or x-rays that can all be done at this particular clinic. We pay an additional fee to provide better information through an agreement with this particular clinic. So this pilot has been in place for, oh my goodness, this pilot has been in place for about 6 or 7 months now. I can't remember exactly the number. It's over 100 for sure. But the feedback's been very positive so far. Right now, 55% of the workers that have taken access for this clinic have indicated that it's been helpful in their return to work progress to integrating back into work. And 65% of the employers that have seen workers use this clinic have indicated that that has been helpful in their return to work consideration for these workers. So once again, functional ability form, better information, reporting same day, an expectation on timeliness, and quality information. Peter. So the question is, how quick can you get in to see the clinic same day, but same hour? So they're typically seeing workers within 30 minutes. Jake?
By about 2:15 by the time we got there, by 3:15, I already knew what was going on. I knew it was going to break that deal with the sick help. But then now I'm thinking.
Perfect. So just a quick comment from someone in the audience that mentioned that there's an injury by one of their workers. They went to Concordia. The lineup was quite long. They went to this worker quick care clinic and received very timely access. Yeah. So this is, yes. So this is a pilot. Yeah, so this is pilot. The question is what was the intent of this quick care clinic? It is a pilot to try. It's really proof of concept to see if we provide, if we add extra money to the pot to say increase reporting expenses and quicker care and access. Does this translate to return to work outcomes? And if somebody is engaged in a return to work output, many doctors don't have training with respect to occupational return to work and health. So they typically look to diagnose and provide treatment, and that's kind of the extent of it. But it's a disciplined approach to engage a conversation about what the work duties are of that individual, diagnose, treat the injury that they've sustained, but then also begin the conversation and provide capabilities with that worker. So the intent is to accelerate and improve the return to work outcomes. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the pilot. A pilot will run to the end of 2024. So we're going to do this for another 18 months, give or take. Then we're going to look at the specific claims that went through there to determine if there was, in fact, an improved return to work outcome with that, and whether or not there's a return on investment or a benefit for us to look at providing these clinics in different areas of the city or in the rural areas as well. Do you have a question?
So how do we find somebody who's injured, we send them there?
Yep.
So if somebody already is on a current claim and we're having challenges with them and their return to work, we could send them?
So if you're having challenges with it, so the question is, if an injury happens, you can send them there. You don't need a special invite or a note. You can show up, the worker can go there and they can receive these services. If they're already in the claim system and they're having challenges with a particular return to work, that isn't the intent of this, because it's meant to provide a quick early diagnosis, to provide treatment and get the treatment plan rolling. If you're having challenges with a particular return to work, I encourage you to have discussions with the case manager and then start something there, because there may be a bit of disconnect and we can help with that. 100%. They are obligated to, yes. Yes.
15 years ago, we were having discussions with people. There was always a concern about how to engage doctors. Couldn't get them to come to the seminar, they would pay. And so when I read about this, I was really excited to see.
Yeah.
That was one of my questions. Ask me to update on this.
Yeah. So, yeah. So how do you engage doctors? It's not easy. So we tried like wine and cheese events. That doesn't work. More money helps. It definitely does. But the other thing that helps is doctors have to take a certain amount of education hours each and every year in order to maintain their license. So if we're able to provide some sort of training, and if we can create an online portal for them to access training and educate them in the benefits of return to work and their obligations, then we can use that as a way to leverage the professional bodies and give them educational credits as well. So we're looking on some strategies. This is proof of concept. But I want to go through, I'll answer one more, and I want to finish up this, and then I'll see, because I've got some limited time, I'll see if there's some time after to deal with some more questions. Yes, more.
So is there a way of communicating the doctor's name who took the online portal training to companies that like outside the perimeter a little bit?
Yeah, no, we're not there yet. So the question is, who are these doctors that are so ready to engage, and can we send them to them? So no, we're working on trying to develop some of those.
I'm only speaking because our experience And is that if we find a doctor or a chiropractor or whatever that's willing to work with us,
Yeah.
they're very good at the forms and educating the patient and all of those things. And we are miles ahead of having that guy in our corner than relying on the emergency medical system to do what we need done.
Yeah, a quick recap is there's a huge benefit to try and engage the healthcare practitioners in our community to come aboard and to learn about the system and obligations. It'd be great to have a templated functional abilities form, increase the cost on that, and then just have a template and have a network or system to facilitate that better with WCB. We're looking at options. We're looking at how we can look at using AI to scrape data as it relates to injury descriptors from employers and injured workers and healthcare practitioners, and identify key information that gives us an early indication on whether or not that's going to be a quick resolution claim or something that may require more sophisticated, experienced, in-depth support from a case manager. So there's all sorts of opportunities here. I'm going to flip to the prevention side as we look at some return to work opportunities and supports and initiatives. We also have a number of prevention initiatives with Safe Work Manitoba, and we're just opening this up now and we're starting to explore this. A lot of this will be in concert with our partners and our industry-based safety programs. But first and foremost, we need a musculoskeletal injury strategy. So that is the biggest demographic of workplace injuries. We have a whole bunch of content on our website, but I'm not sure if people can see the forest from the trees. I need something that's customizable, that speaks to me specifically. You had experience with the Tumeke app earlier today. That's part of the discussion. But how do we give information, tools, information that can make a difference in the MSIs that we see and experience in our workplaces? So we've got a number of different strategies. Some of those are very specific and targeted, where we go into employers, we look at data, not just workers' compensation data, but there's additional data points that we can look at to try and find out root cause and look at opportunities and what are the common denominators. How do we deal with some of these MSI challenges? Occupational hygiene is another one that's very near and dear to us. So three main ones will be diesel emissions, welding exposure, and silica. Silica is going to be a big one. So we need to look at, what are the opportunities? We have an Air Safe, which is a center of excellence that we've partnered with Safe Work Manitoba and the University of Manitoba, aggregate some exposure sampling and some data. We're going to look at the connection, the correlation with the progression of disease as well. So there's some stuff that we're looking at there. Worker strategy talks a little bit earlier about, we talked about the change in landscape and workers in front of us. So when we look at workers, there's a number of different touch points that we want to get into. So we talk about young workers, we talk about newcomers, and there's also the temporary foreign workers that we see in our system as well, where there's a lack of education and awareness of what protections and plans and benefits that they have in front of them. Psychological safety and health is huge. This is an emerging risk and trend. We've got a number of courses and we've got some information and presentations that we support, but what's the next step? We probably have looked at the psychological safety and health standard for healthy workplaces. What does this mean? How do we translate this over to our workplace? How do we support a healthy workplace? How do we engage? So we're looking at tools, strategies, and initiatives there. We've got some very vulnerable occupations out there when it comes to psychological safety, and that's correctional officers, first responders being paramedics, healthcare workers, and police officers. Safety and Health Committee strategy. How do we engage the committee? How do we ensure the committees are functioning, that they're purposeful, that they're providing benefits? How do we know what the risks are? What are the common denominators with increase in risk in certain sectors with certain committees? Can they be a conduit to champion, to engage, to increase the culture? And that leads us to the last one, workplace safety or workplace culture strategy. So this used to be a safety culture strategy, and safety is part of it. But culture speaks to me, workplace culture, it cascades both safety and disability management and overall wellness for workers as well. So what makes, like, when you go into a company or you see a business, how do you know that culture is strong? What does that look like? What does that feel like? How do you know the commitment is there? Who are the key people that drive culture? And that's a great question, but are there common denominators, and can we take champions, and can we influence others? Can we create a network? Could we drive at, you know, what are some of the tactics that you use to get buying and get engagement? So these are all initiatives and thoughts that we have. One thing, another major program that we have on the go right now is training standards. So in Manitoba, there's a committee, there's a group, it's called the Manitoba Safety and Health Training Standards Council, and they've created a bunch of standards out there. And what this is, the whole genesis behind this is the fact that training is all over the place. So if you want to get trained in committee basics, you can go for a one-day course, a two-day course. I can go get a certificate for 20 minutes going online and printing something up. So how do we know that the training is of high caliber and delivered specific to Manitoba and to a standard that's acceptable? And that's really what this is about. So the Training Standards Council has identified 16 different standards. And right now we're supporting an ecosystem to now endorse training and training providers as meeting these particular standards. So you can see a bunch of these. Some of them are high hazard, working at heights, confined space, machine safeguarding, and others are program standards. But at the end of the day, if that is endorsed by Safe Work Manitoba, that meets the standard that's in there. And you know that that's trusted, it's delivered, it's high caliber, and we're creating an ecosystem to drive this. One of our key trusted training providers in this whole ecosystem is Made Safe. Made Safe is a trusted training provider. They deliver 33 different training offerings. Some of them are to a standard and are endorsed, and other are safety training. You'll see both general training and endorsed training on their platform, on their website. You can go into that training portal and you can type in, you can hit in-person, virtual, or online training. And there's an inventory of stuff if you're looking for training. So right now, what we're doing is we're populating the number of training providers. We're encouraging more people to get into this platform. We're increasing the inventory. We have over 110 unique courses on this training platform, over 35 trusted training providers. This will just get bigger and bigger and bigger. So this is the one-stop shop where you can trust that there's integrity, there's high caliber training delivered to a standard. Campaigns. Safe Work Manitoba is in the midst of their musculoskeletal campaign. You might have seen some bus ads, some big billboards, some TV spots as well. So shoulder injuries are not part of the job. So shoulder, back, wrists. We're in a bit of a campaign right now because MSIs are at their highest in Q3 in the year. Big part of that is slips, trips, and falls. And guess what? We haven't seen a lot of ice yet, but it's coming. And that's a factor. Next year, you're going to start to see some targeted campaigns around psychological injuries and about reducing the stigma. Workers' compensation changed a policy in how we adjudicate our psychological injuries in May of 2023, and we allow the consideration for workload and burnout to be potentially compensable depending on the circumstances. It needs to meet the test of arising out of, and in the course of, it's got to be reasonably demonstrable from what someone would reasonably expect, and it's got to be different and unique to what a typical coworker would experience, but there's the possibility for that to be there as well. So we think of psychological injury as an acute trauma, and you have a visceral reaction, and that's compensable. Well, a series of these traumas can lead to a compensable claim. That could be bullying, that could be harassment. So we're committed to promoting changes in that, in addition to trying to reduce the stigma of submitting claims with the Workers' Compensation Board and the stigma of mental health. Questions? We have probably 2 minutes or so. At the back.
No, so rates are varying in different lives. So if we can't share with other companies, rates are with other companies. No.
Question was whether or not we can share in other companies' rates. The answer is no, but the other company is in a classification. You'll know what that risk category is, and you'll likely know what the rate range is. So you will be able to compare your rates against others in your company by looking at your rate notification letter. But if you're not, if that's not enough information, you'll at least know the range of where that rate is for that company. Steve. Yeah. I think you could request it. I'm not sure if we'd be able to give the rate. We can't give a premium out because that's protected by FIA and FIPA. But what will happen is a contractor may ask for an industry experience letter, which will, and that's common within the contract-based industries. IS Networld, if many of you are familiar with it, they request 5-year capture of your injury rates, the fatalities, your costs. So companies can ask for it. They'll ask for that. Company will then need to ask the assessment department for that industry experience letter, and then that company would provide it to the requester.
I have 2 questions from Zoom.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So just quick comment about contractor policy and good practice is asking, is your contractor covered with workers' compensation? Do they have active coverage? And then asking about what their rates are. It'll be a measure of how diligent they are, right? If they have a good program or not. I think we have a question or two from our Zoom audience.
Yes, I have 2 questions from Zoom. For the first one, the clinic that you mentioned, are there remote options available for workers away from Winnipeg, from some of our more remote communities?
So no, there are no remote community options right now for the Kalo Worker Quick Care Clinic. We're going to pilot this out and we're going to look at opportunities after the pilot period.
Fantastic. For the second question, would broadening the scope of at-home and psychological injuries have the potential to increase claims? And has there been rate impact consideration?
Yeah, so the question, and I think the Zoom audience can hear that. So the question being, adjusting the approach to adjudicating psychological claims, is there a claim impact right now? We haven't seen that. We haven't seen an increase of our traditional psychological claim trajectory as a result of introducing this. When we start to introduce a campaign in the new year, it may drive awareness and it may drive additional claim activity. They still need to be adjudicated. A psychological injury, the cost on that particular claim compared to a regular claim in our system is 10 times. So if there are more psychological claims within the system, there's the potential for there to be cost, and it may have an impact, but it all depends on what the overall cost is. We're not expecting that this policy change will have any influence over the average rate in Manitoba, nor do we see any influence on our digital transformation, on putting any pressure on the average rate. So the Workers' Compensation Board, the target is for us to be funded at a level of 130%. That's our funded position set in by policy, which gives us a buffer to ensure that there's no volatility with average rates and an impact on the employer base. Right now, we're overfunded. So in typical years where we're overfunded, we provide surplus distributions back to employers. We're not in a position where we provide a surplus at this point, but we're in a good funded position. So we go to our occupational disease unit. They're a little bit more specialized in some of the sensitivities and complexities of fatal investigations and adjudication with respect to occupational diseases. So it's really much of the same, but it's a detailed history and look at what were the circumstances leading up to this, past history. Is it likely that your current condition and diagnosis arose out of and in the course of employment? So it entails a lot more information, likely more connections with medical advisors to determine compensability. So it's complicated, but a similar process. That's it for time. I've got to wrap things up. Thank you so much for your questions. Appreciate it.
Fantastic job, Sheldon and Dave, as always. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're going to do a 15-minute break before we close the day with Marty Danielson from the Workplace Safety and Health Branch. So time is 2:05. Let's come on back for 2:20 and we will finish strong. Don't forget, we are going to have the QR code for the survey up on the screen. By the time Marty's done talking, we're going to be ready to do the draw for the Eddies. All right, folks, we're here for the last presentation of the day. Joining us now, we have Marty Danielson, the Director of Client Services and Technical Support for the Workplace Safety and Health Branch. Going to finish strong, and please fill out the survey and the questionnaire to make sure you get entered in for the draw for the Eddies. Without any further ado, Marty Danielson.
You. Thank you, folks. Let me just get this thing set up here. There we go. Can you guys hear me okay? David, he told me he'd be before me and said I have big shoes to follow, so we'll see. What time are we at here? So it's 2:25, so I think we have about an hour scheduled. So how many people are here in June when I was presenting? Okay, so there's a few new folks. I apologize, you'll probably hear a lot of the same stuff with new stats. Different jokes, well, maybe, we'll see. So this is true. I am Marty Danielson. I'm the Director of Client Service and Technical Support at Workplace Safety and Health. I've been at the branch now for 14 years. Rob Beal, haven't seen you in a long time. Hello. Prior to working at Workplace Safety and Health, I was in manufacturing for almost 15 years. So it's I know a little bit about it. I was in heavy manufacturing at one of the bus plants in Winnipeg. I loved it. I love manufacturing. It's really cool. Seeing if you can lean out the process and eliminate waste and all the good stuff, build a good product, make sure that the customer only pays for it once and there's no defects and all that good stuff, right? But doing it safely, we have to do it safely. And that's a little bit what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to be talking about some of the stats that we're seeing in manufacturing. You guys might want to take some notes. We'll be going a little bit over the top 5 orders that we're likely to be writing in manufacturing, how many inspections we've done in manufacturing, why we're going to manufacturing, that type of stuff. Okay. So we'll go over our enforcement strategy. So how we pick where we're going and why we're going there. I love the screen at the back. That's awesome. It looks like it's all up here and I don't have to look backwards, right? Wow, he's getting smarter every time he comes. Inspection stats, inspection by industry. So how manufacturing compares to other industries and where we're spending our time. Appeals, what they look like. I will get into it there. Serious incidents, how many we have, where we're seeing them. Fines and prosecutions, again, how many we have. And we'll open up for questions. I like the questions. I'm here to learn from you guys. Hopefully I can share some stuff with you folks too. But please don't sit on your hands if you have a question. Don't wait for the end. We can go anytime. Or if you want to wait for the end, you can. Okay? So how many people here are involved in safety at their workplace? Safety coordinator. Okay, awesome. Right on. Good for you. So I was a manager or a supervisor when I wasn't working at New Flyer and I was working someplace else. And I was taught a whole lot there about, you know, keeping the guys safe and the workers safe and how to investigate an incident and put in strong control measures and all that type of stuff. And I came to Workplace Safety and Health and I really I saw it on it through like a different lens. Like I saw it when it goes bad and when it's not in place and when the good stuff isn't happening. And like a lot of people die, right? 21 Manitobans died last year because of the work that they do. We have about 1,200 serious incidents reported to us annually. So, you know, think about those numbers, right? Just last week, we have a young man that fell 35 feet. Picture that 35 feet, right? He's alive. I can't get into his condition. Obviously, that'd be personal health information. But you're not going to do well when you fall 35 feet, right? So bad stuff, right? In Canada, on average, we have about 1,000 fatalities. So about 3 people a day are dying because of the work they do, right? So these are people walking out the door, And I say this whenever I do these speeches because it's so important to me. I want to make sure that everyone's getting it, right? People are walking out the door that day and there's no special goodbye. There's nothing. It's a normal day. They have their normal lunch. Their family thinks they're going to see them, and then something happens where that doesn't happen and they are dead that day. Okay. Or else maybe there's a latency period and they're working with a chemical or asbestos or something and they're going to be sick and they don't know it. They think I'll just, I'm sure I'm fine working with this, and they're not. They're going to get really sick and they're going to die from it. Okay. So we're out there doing inspections and investigations to try and prevent that from happening. And remember, every law that is in the Workplace Safety and Health Act and Regulation is literally written in blood. Somebody has been hurt or killed, and that law was put in place. Okay. So like you, yeah, the bottom one there, we get about 1,200 serious incidents reported to us a year. So it's, not all of them are that tragic. Lots of them are cut hands and whatnot, but it's still a serious incident being reported. Does anybody have any questions? No? That font is way too small. I'm gonna have to turn around for this one because I'm 51 and my eyes know it. Okay. So how do we know where we're going? Right? We don't just, we do randomly show up at workplaces just to make sure that they're not hiding behind stats or something, because people will claim suppress. They do exist, and we want to make sure that that's not happening too. So we will do random inspections. We respond to tips. About 30% of our work is tip-based, and it's usually in construction, manufacturing, and retail or service. That's usually where we're getting our big tips coming from. Okay, so aside from that, Workplace Safety and Health conducts targeted enforcement activities at workplaces and industries throughout the province in order to ensure high-risk hazards are effectively managed. Okay. Workplace Safety and Health enforcement strategies reflect the following priority areas. So this is where we want to go. Workplaces that demonstrate repeat or willful noncompliance. So for example, it's a roofing company and we've caught them 3 times working on height fall protection. Each time they get stop work orders or improvement orders, and each time they send us a compliance report saying we're going to train our folks and make sure they don't do this anymore, and our supervisors are going to make sure that they're wearing the protections they have in place, and yada, yada, yada. And they keep doing it. So that's willful. They know the law and they chose not to do it, right? So we're targeting those people. We're targeting the higher risk workplaces with an emphasis on those with high or increasing injury or illness rates, and those that employ vulnerable workers. So if you're in a sector and everyone else is like at 6 and you're at 8, or probably going to go to you, you're probably going to get some extra attention, right? Because you're higher than your peers. Workplace safety and health that fails to know fails to notify us of serious incidents. So every month, our good friends at WCB, they send us a list of significant accidents or injuries that have happened in Manitoba, and we combed through that list against our case management system, and we're like, okay, amputation, yeah, that one was reported. Broken bone, yeah, that one's reported. Maybe broken bone or burn or something like that. No, that one wasn't reported. Okay, let's get someone assigned to that, and we go through that. So just know that, okay? So not only did you have a serious incident, now you're in trouble because you didn't report it. You're in trouble because you didn't secure the scene. We're going to be asking about your investigation. You need a copy of your investigation. Not sure if you did that or not. My thoughts are if you haven't done the other 2, you probably haven't done that one. So you got 3 things there. Plus you got that incident you should have reported in the first place. So report them right away, okay? I would say, if someone's recording, press pause. If I was to venture a guess, probably 75% we don't go to, okay? Because they're not they're the, a person was opening up a cardboard box, they slipped, they cut their finger. We're not sure how bad it is, but we think it's going to be a few stitches. We're likely to say, release the scene, your scene's released, do an investigation, and someone may be in touch with you. If someone's in touch with you, they're going to say, send us a copy of that reporting, okay? So it's not the end of the world if that stuff happens. Let us know about it. Now, we do the opposite. We send WCB a copy of the ones reported to us. And they want to make sure that those injuries were reported to them. So we work together, right? All for the greater good. It's not to catch. Obviously, we are catching people, but that's not the intent of it. The intent of it is to let Manitobans go home intact, right? The way they went to work that day. So workplace spends more time in workplaces that do not have appropriate systems or strong safety and health cultures in place, as both are essential to keeping workers safe. And when employers and workers collaborate to improve safety and health in the workplace, everyone benefits, right? We know that. So now during inspections, the officer might say, I want to tour the facility with a member of management. I might, they might want to have a worker with them. That stuff's allowed and it's often going to be requested. Okay. It's not always welcomed. People don't always like it. We're really busy right now. We're behind. We can't get this done. If they're asking for it, they're allowed to have it. Okay. And then we might be asking the workers questions about the training they have. We might be asking management questions about the training their workers have and ensuring the systems are in place. Okay. Questions? No? You scratched your ear. I was getting ready for a question there. I wasn't sure about the trick or not. Hi.
Towards the end of your day.
Okay.
They want to do it.
Okay.
Do you have to stay until past your normal hours?
Well, you'd have to ask the officer. They could say, I'm okay, or is there somebody else we can get here? Like, they'll be reasonable on that.
If you're done, like the day there's something.
Well, you could say we're closing in half hour, can we do this tomorrow? Like that stuff's up for discussion. If I was an officer, I'd say, hey, I'm here for an inspection. You mind if we take a look through the factory? And if you say, well, it's 4 o'clock and we're done at 4:30 today, I would say, okay, I'll be back another day. It might not be tomorrow morning. I'll be back another day. If we were there because we knew something that we had to see, if we're there on a tip, we're not going to say we're here because of a tip. Okay. And for something we need to see, it likely might happen anyways, but it might not be that long. Okay. So it kind of depends. It's up to their discretion. Okay. But it's reasonable. The act's all about reasonable. So inspection stats that we've done this year from April until now. So this isn't a whole year. This is just our fiscal year. So far in Manitoba, I like how it says approximately. We've done approximately 488. Of that, 62% resulted in orders. So think about that. 38% of the inspection we do, there's no improvement orders issued. It doesn't say there's not contraventions found, but the officers have the ability to use discretion, right? Similar to jaywalking on the street. It's against the law. If the police see you, they can give you a ticket, but they can also use their discretion and say, well, it's a very quiet street. There's no cars around. You did it safely. Although it's against the law, you did it safely. And the cop's going to say, I don't care, likely. But you do it across a busy street. People are slamming on the brakes. They're rear-ending. You're causing traffic mayhem. You're about to get hit or killed. The police officer, it's exact same law, but the hazard's up now. And the police officer might say, you are getting a ticket for that. Okay. So when we are doing our inspections, pretty good numbers, I think 38% result in no improvement orders. So remember that. Keep your anxiety in check if someone shows up for an audit or an inspection, right? It doesn't mean it's going to end bad. And it doesn't mean it's going to necessarily end in orders, right? There could be discussion points. They might see something that is not within the act and regulation, and they might have a discussion with you and tell you that you should address this. And it could end like that. Okay. So of those 4,088 inspections we've had, 8,258 improvement orders have been issued. 263 stop work orders. There's not a lot of those if you think about it. Like I think that number is trending up a little bit. I think we're usually around 350 stop work orders issued. But if you think on average, we do about 6,000 inspections annually and 10,000 orders are issued and 350, 300-ish stop work orders are issued. It's a lot of stop work orders issued, but relative to the amount of inspections and improvement orders we're issuing, it's not a massive number, right? So and again, because officers have discretion and they use that discretion. They're, if they think that something is going to be imminent, if I don't, because an improvement order is, you have 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks to fix this issue, right? That's an improvement order. So basically you can kind of continue doing what you're doing because I think the risk is low. And I'm gonna let you do this, and you got a few days to get your hands around this and let us know how you fixed it. A stop work order is, you're not using this anymore. It's done. You take however long you want to fix it. It's just not being used. You could say, I'm never using it again, and we're throwing it out, cutting the cable off it, send us a picture of that, and it'll be complied, right? Stop work order doesn't have a compliance date because you just can't use it. So officers use that discretion, and that's why there's probably not a lot of those issued. It's a bit, but not piles. I thought you folks might find this interesting. Manufacturing isn't our highest inspection category, but machine guarding is our most common order we issue. Okay. Now there is other sectors that have machines in them, right? Construction's got lots of machines, manufacturing, healthcare, education, these all have machines in them, right? It's bigger than manufacturing. But it's the most common order that's issued. We received so far this year 4,048 phone calls. So we have 3 officers, kind of like a mini 911, that answer the phones. And they're triaging the calls. That could be tips, reporting unsafe work. That could be reporting serious incidents. That could be reprisals. That could be work refusals. That could be general safety and health questions, and employers struggling with an issue and they're looking for help with it. I can tell you that back in my heydays when I was an officer in the field, when I would have someone call me and say, hey, Marty, we're struggling with this issue. We're having troubles finding a guard or whatever it is, we're struggling with this one. Do you have any resources or help there? And just know we're not going to be running out. Oh, we got to go there right now. We caught them. Right? It's not like that. It's like, I've heard that someone is trying to make that safer. And they recognize that it's a hazard and they're trying to solve it. And they've just reached out for help. And we may put them in touch with somebody that has a similar, like I have reached out to a company before and said, hey, I know you guys got a really good handle on this, and another guy I know is struggling with it. Can I connect you to? They've said yes. I wouldn't by any means, put any pressure on them, but or else let them know that there's companies in Manitoba that do this type of stuff for a living to help people. So just as resources, right? But so we get lots of those phone calls. 4,000 so far this year. There was a time where we used to get, I think it was about 16,000 or 15,000 phone calls a year. And I think what has happened is Safe Work Manitoba has fired up. The industry-based safety associations, if that's the right name for it, I think it is, have fired up. And a lot of people have a lot of resources now to call for help. And that's wonderful, right? It shows that we're all moving in the right direction with a common goal. So good, everybody. I talked about tips, how our top 3 come from construction, retail, and manufacturing. Those are their big drivers. When we get a tip, we won't say we're there for a tip, like I said. We're just going to say we're there, it's your lucky day type thing. And 99% of the time, that is it. We've had 32 reprisals this year. We'll talk about reprisals in a while. They're document, right? Keep yourself squared away for that. And we've had 5 work refusals, which really isn't that many. Like, I think people would, I remember when I started workplace safety and health, I was surprised at the amount of work refusals that take place. I thought it would be like in the hundreds or something, but it's something that isn't used that often to our level, right? Like you might have, because the legislation set up to metabolize them. A worker says to their supervisor, I'm not doing it anymore. This is dangerous. I'm exercising my right to refuse. It doesn't mean it comes to us. The supervisor then has a crack at it, right? To say, well, why aren't you doing it? Well, I'm not trained. Good flag. Thanks for telling me that. Let's get someone in here who's trained. In the meantime, we'll get you trained. Resolved. We would never hear about that. So we hear about the ones where, and the act kind of spells it out, right? if someone has raised a safety concern and refused to do unsafe work, their supervisor has either not put in adequate protections or else just disagrees that it's not safe or that it's dangerous. The committee's looped in and there's some kind of disagreement there. Either the committee sides with the worker or the committee's agreed with the employer and the worker still is exercising their right. And then it comes to us to make a decision. So we've only done 5 of those this year, which is a pretty low number. So they don't happen that often. Sorry, I gotta have a quick sip here. It feels like my mouth is gonna crack. Sabino. Nope.
They're there on a call, employee complaint, are they not often
Nope. Nope. No obligation there. If you actually, oh, sorry, go ahead. Okay, we'll talk about reprisals in a bit. There's a slide for them. It's really good. Good question. I'm glad you asked that. If you look in the Workplace Safety and Health Act, you can Google it. I don't know if you have a copy of it, but if you go to powers of an officer, everyone should at least understand that if you're going to have an officer come by, because it's very, very broad powers. Like in some cases, it's more powers in the police because we can enter any workplace at any time without warrant. And we can take any equipment that we deem necessary, any file, we can get statements from people. We can get all that without warrant. The police can't do that without a warrant. I'm not saying like we're them. I'm just letting you know that if someone comes there and you start asking those questions, like, so if I was you folks, I'd take a look at that and just read it. So when an officer does come and they're asking these things, you can know if this is within or without their powers. And you could challenge on that, right? I didn't think you guys could do that. It doesn't say that. I was told to read powers of an officer and it's not in there, right? So here we go. Here's the top 5 orders for manufacturing. So remember, these are the ones that are most likely to be written at a manufacturing outfit when we're done. Machine guarding, we've written 548 times this year. Okay, now in that, machine guarding is kind of broken down. So it's guarding required. So we went there and there was no guard at all. Probably never been one. Removal of a guard. It's sitting there right beside the machine. Or else this can get you in a little bit more trouble. We've written that order to that machine before, right? And that's a repeat offense, which can get you an administrative penalty of like, I think $1,000. So you don't want those. And the other one in that category is inspection and operation. So those aren't happening. Okay, that's our number 1 order in manufacturing. Personal protective equipment. We've written 152 times. There's obviously various ones there, right? Depending on your assessment that you've done and what you would need, whether it's a respirator, maybe it's a respirator and the worker has a beard, or maybe it's a respirator and they haven't been fit tested, because you have to be fit tested, right? If you're wearing them, because if your assessment determines you need them, or the chemical you're working with, whatever it is, determines you need them. Hi.
Just regarding that one, have you noticed a lot since COVID, an increased use of respirators by individuals, either half mask or N95s or that kind of thing, where they're using that tool based on their own kind of fear that they might get something airborne or whatever, because they're so much more sensitive to it, but it's not a requirement in the workplace?
So the COVID, that's a really good question. The COVID masks were to keep the bad stuff in your mouth. So if you look at a lot of people you see them at Costco, they have the big 3M half-face respirators on, and they had an exhalation valve. Those are actually illegal. The public health order, because their little particles are flying straight out that valve, because that's what it's for. And they're like, look how safe I am. I'm safer than all of you guys. I mean, they're spewing their stuff all over the place, right? You're super spreader. Isn't that what we call them? But so there is masks that you can wear, like a procedure type mask. And then there's the ones that the assessment has said you have to have an N95 respirator on here where it's fit tested and whatnot. So I'm not out in the field anymore. I'm stuck in an office. But I would say there's been a lot more. COVID was super interesting because we were getting the calls coming in around I have to wear a mask and it's a hazard to me, or else people around me aren't wearing masks and they should, or else they're, I think everyone should be like, it was just crazy, right? And same with the vaccines. You know, they're testing me. These things are causing cancer, and there's all these safety and like I believe that a lot of people had a lot of legitimate fears and concerns, but I also think in some cases it was being weaponized safety, right? Like this is, you know, I'm gonna go with the hazard button on this one and bring it forward as. So we had to kind of suss through these to see which ones are legitimate, like there's an actual concern here and we need to look at this and see if people are at risk or not. But I would say that there was a while when COVID was over that there was probably lots of masks being worn. But so that would be our job though, is when if someone is working with a chemical and they're wiping it on, or they're applying something to a wall or concrete or whatever, and they have a procedure mask on, that would be a huge flag. Let's see the SDS on here and see if it requires a respirator. And then you're going down that path of, okay, well, you know, you don't have a respirator, you're not fit tested, yada, yada. It'd be a whole bunch of probably orders coming out of that. But
this guy for choosing to wear like a P100 type respirator or an N95 type because of their own susceptibility or perceived risk or that kind of stuff, but there hasn't been proven risk within the walls of the company.
Yeah,
they're just making that choice, and we're fine with that.
Yeah,
if that's
not fill your boots.
Any other problem.
Yeah,
knock yourself out.
Yeah,
we ask them to wear it properly.
Yeah,
be clean shaven, whatever. And sometimes there's a bit of resistance to that, but again. And we don't belabor that either, because it's not a requirement for, like, if they're operating a brake and wearing an N95, it's kind of like
the assessment doesn't say you need one, but if you want one, go ahead. Yeah, I would say so. If this is your question, if I was walking along and I saw a guy on a brake wearing a respirator and he had a beard on, and we know you can't wear a respirator with a beard, but I didn't see any hazard at all he was working with, I might say, hey, you know, that's like bowling balls will get through there, right? But fill your boots, man. If you want to wear that, go ahead. Because he might be wearing it for this part.
Yeah.
Right. So, but if they were wearing it with something we thought required a proper fitting respirator, then that'd probably be a bigger discussion. Right. Hi.
So, might not be an easy question to answer, but industrial equipment, industrial machines, they can become pretty complicated.
Like brakes and all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
When an officer comes in on site, you know, need to guard it. In some ways, it cannot be practical, right? On surface, you know, why would you guard this area, right? But it needs to be on guard because the product comes through there for whatever reason. You know, after working for quite a while with equipment like that, it's just infinitely complicated, right? But an officer has to make a call while they're on site. And like personally, I work with everybody who's really useful, but what if they have a communication breakdown and they issue an order where, you know, they have got it so and so fashion.
We normally don't say, so if it's a big complicated machine, like I think there's a thought that we know all the machines and we know lots of them, but there's some machines it's like I've never seen these before. I remember going to a machine one time that was sitting there making pills, just punching pills away, right? And my trick was I'd sit there kind of quiet and I'd stare at it until people started talking. They would start telling me, we'll put the guard on right away. Oh, there's a guard missing. Is there? Where is that? Right? They just can't handle the silence, right? I was looking at that. I was wondering where that guard was, right? So, but when we're looking at something that's like a huge CNC can be half the size of this room, you would issue a guarding assessment order. Do an assessment of this machine and tell us where the guards need to be. And then we'd review that, usually on a big complex machine. On some machine that we're pretty comfortable, like a brake or a punch or something like that, or even old iron worker, you know, we know the things on there that can be guarded and like there's things that I would never issue a guarding order to, and that would be something like a chainsaw, right? Because it's not reasonable. But there's some things, and you may not like this, but there's some things that employers say, we need that to be exposed in order to do what we're doing. And we're sitting here thinking, yeah, and I know a young guy lost his arm on something very similar. So, and again, I'm not trying to be condescending, but it's going to have to get guarded, you know? So there's companies you could reach out to, not lots of them, but it can help with stuff like that. You can work with your officer and see, you know, what does compliance look like? You know, what are you thinking type thing? You know, you had those discussions, but I would say saying that can't be guarded, it's probably, in my example, in my head, you can't see it though, right? You can see your example. So I don't know what your situation would look like specifically. But not too often do we issue, I can't think of any guarding orders that we issued that were kind of overturned or were overturned because they just can't guard that, right? But like I said, if someone issued me a guarding order of my chainsaw, I'd appeal that. And we'll talk about appeals. So we'll get into that a little bit more, okay? But 100%, that's what the appeal process is for. General duties. So general duties, we're talking like serious incidents, eliminating risk, reporting serious incidents, investigating a serious incident. So this is like, a lot of these would come from the WCB list. Here's the injuries that are happening. We comb through it and see which ones weren't reported to us, and we assign them to officers, and officers go out there, and you're going to get those orders probably, or you may. Okay. If it was say a newer sophisticated or less sophisticated company, and we went out there and said, you didn't report this incident, and they said, well, we called WCB. We thought that you guys are all the same thing. The officer might say, yeah, that's an understandable thing. You know, now you know, that's documented, and you might not get an order. But if it looks like on a reasonable level that you should have known this, you know, you've been around long enough, you've had enough incidents happen, then that probably wouldn't work. But it doesn't mean that an order is always happening, because like I said, an officer has discretion. Alrighty. Power mobile equipment, those have taken a lot of lives. They get a good chunk of orders. It's usually around they're defective, they're not being inspected. Remember in Manitoba, for a forklift, that the employer needs to issue a license to that operator, right? So we'll be asking for licenses. We get some orders for that. Something I said, Dave? Take care. Cranes and hoists, inspection and rigging. The latches are missing. The rigging has some rips or tears in it. We had a very serious incident just a little while ago, like maybe 2-3 weeks ago, from rigging that broke, a sling that broke and someone was underneath it. So like someone didn't inspect it, or else they saw it and thought it was fine. If you see your rigging is damaged, get rid of it. Nobody wants that, right? We don't want anyone getting hurt or killed, and the company doesn't need that either. So take a look at that stuff. It happens. So here's inspections by industry. If you look at construction, they represent about 30% of our inspections. Retail and service is 29, and manufacturing is 17. Those are always the big three. Those are where, and we'll see another slide coming up. That's where we see our most serious incidents coming from. Like the bulk of them, they represent the majority of them. And I'll show you a slide again in a second here. Is it this one? No, it's coming up. So this is kind of matches. Remember where I said in the beginning, our enforcement strategy, how do we know where we're going? A lot of it comes from this type of stuff here, where the injuries are being produced, okay? Now, there are some bad ones. Obviously, it can happen in forestry. That can happen in transportation and oil and whatnot. But the bulk of them are happening in these 3 areas. That's where we spend the bulk of our time. Okay, so appeals. So we issue, as we saw earlier on, we do 6,000 inspections a year and we issue 10,000 improvement orders, right? There is no way all 10,000 of those improvement orders were right. It's just humans. It's humans contemplating what they're seeing and issuing orders for it, right? And humans make mistakes, and we recognize that. And our officers are trained to know that no one's in trouble if you have an order appealed and it's overturned, because that's the process. Okay. So if you think you got an order that you didn't deserve, by all means appeal it. So we have workplaces kind of quasi split into two sides. There's the kind of the enforcement side. This is like unofficial, but there's the enforcement side, and then there's the client service technical support side. I'm on the client service technical support side. So I have officers on my team, but they're not field inspectors. Okay, they're there for like a technical resource for myself. They do research and whatnot. And so on my side, I have the client service portion who's answering the phone calls. I have admin, I have policy analyst, we have the engineer. I have officers for appeals. There's various different skill sets that we have on our team. So when appeal comes in, it's removed 100%. It got generated on the enforcement side, and it comes in, and it comes into our box to the executive director, Crystal Baldwin, and then it comes to myself, and then I fan it out to one of my team members, and I ask them, can you gather all the information for Crystal so she can make a decision on this file? And it's going to be the officer, all the information the officer considered in the initial order. It's going to be the order the officer issued, and it's going to be any new information that the appellant feels wasn't considered in the initial, whatever it was, inspection, reprisal, work refusal, right? Because a person can appeal any order, so an improvement order, a stop work order, any order or decision by an officer. So officers make decisions when they are making a decision on a work refusal, and an officer makes a decision when they're making a decision on a reprisal. We're going to get into reprisals. I'll tell you just quickly right now. A reprisal is, we'll get into it though. A reprisal is someone has raised some kind of safety concern or right, and they've been whacked on some level for it. Okay, they're fired, wages cut, something happened. It used to be called discriminatory action up until a few years ago, and there was a change to the term only, not the content of it. So anytime an officer writes an order, improvement order, stop work order, or makes a decision on a reprisal or a work refusal, those can be appealed. And then they come to my team, who will gather all the information and put together in a nice package, and we'll meet with the executive director and say, here is all the relevant facts. So my point is, it's completely removed from the enforcement side. We try and make it like as neutral as possible. It's new people looking at this information to see, and orders get overturned with this process. We know it works 100%, not 100% of the time, but it works, right? I think if you press pause again, I think it's probably, I'd say maybe around 20% are overturned, maybe 15% of the orders or decisions are overturned. So the system works 100%. Sometimes we've reached out to civil legal and we get a legal opinion on, they're saying that we don't think the legislation should be contemplated this way. And we're like, that's actually a really good question. I'm not sure if we're right or wrong on this one. Let's flip it over to legal and see what they think about that. So all this is happening, and it didn't cost you any time or money, that portion of it. Obviously, it's costing you time or money how you were affected. Maybe the people you've had assigned to the appeal and how it's affecting your business. I'm not suggesting that doesn't cost you money. I know that does. But I'm saying the stuff we're doing doesn't. And you can use it. And I think I truly in my heart believe it's a good, fair process that we have in place. And I know for a fact it works. And again, it is not a shame game to the officers. We've had an appeal where we did a bit of a scan through our system, because it was kind of like, is this widespread? Like, does everyone else think the legislation means this? And let's look at this. And we did a bit of a scan and felt that, you know what, we think there's quite a few people that might think this, not lots, but enough more than one. So we had a big training session. You guys, when you're looking at this here, this is the way the legislation is intended. Just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So it was a learning opportunity for everybody too. Okay. So we probably get, I would say we get maybe 50 appeals a year. Some of them take very long, some of them are quite short. Some of them we recognize we look at it as this is an error, and we'll call the officer and say, we think you issued this in error, and the legislation isn't written this way. And the officer will say, you know what? I didn't realize that. I'm going to rescind it. And it's just overturned like that. Or the officer's like, I disagree. I think it's exactly the way the legislation is written. And then it's going to go through the appeal process. Okay, so it's a system. We know it works. And if you feel you get one, you are never to be worried about retaliation or anything negative coming your way out of it. You need this. All areas of government have stuff, I guess, right? You get a speeding ticket you don't like, that you don't think you should have got, you can appeal it. And it doesn't mean that you're driving around scared of seeing that cop, right? He's going to get me this time, right? No, that's what these systems are for. Any questions on appeals?
But because I wasn't aware of the terminology used, we still had to abide by all those improvement orders that were issued. We still had to apply those.
That's where the act's written. Yep. That's where the act's written. But you can apply to have them suspended. Yeah. Okay. So let's use an example of we have workers working at heights without fall protection. They get an order or a stop work order, improvement order, and the employer wants to appeal that order, and they apply for it to be suspended. So the order is not in effect while we're doing this. There is a really low chance of that order being suspended because there's too much risk involved. Where we find, I'm going to get into, I think I'll get into reprisal right now. We'll jump into reprisal right now. So, and it's going to get back to this here. So again, a reprisal it's laid out in the legislation. Okay. Maybe I'll just jump forward to it here. Sorry. Because there we go. Sorry. So a reprisal means any act or omission by an employer or any person acting under the authority of the employer or any union which adversely affects any term or condition of the employment or the membership of a union, and without restricting the generality of the foregoing, includes the layoff, suspension, dismissal, loss of opportunity. So you're about to be promoted, now you're not. Demotion, transfer of duties, change of location of the workplace, relocation, or reduction in wages, or a change in working hours, but does not include the temporary relocation of a worker to other similar or equivalent work without loss or pay or benefit until a condition that it threatens the safety and health of the worker is remedied. So sorry, I have a contact that just slid. So what this is saying is if someone raises a safety concern, and the act says you have a whole bunch of rights and you have a whole bunch of duties. Okay. So if you are exercising one of those rights or a duty, and a duty might be, I'm on a committee and then I have a duty to attend this meeting, and the employer needs to let me go to these meetings. And I say, they're like, are you gonna get that done? And I'm like, well, yeah, but we're gonna have to work something out because I have that committee meeting right now. And he's like, if you don't get this done right now and you go to that meeting, you're fired. That would be reprisal, right? So that'd be a duty. And this can be, so we get lots of these, okay? And they are complex. They're often not cut and dry. The examples we use to explain them are usually very cut and dry examples, but they're not like that in real life. The examples we use are as, the employer says, Marty, climb that ladder. And I'm like, that's a broken ladder. I'm not going to climb that. I'm going to fall and get hurt. And they say, well, you're fired. Well, yeah, that would be a reprisal, but we never see those. What we see are like super complex ones that it's like a he said, she said type thing, right? There's all the agreed upon facts. The two are talking. everything's all agreed upon. He says, yeah, that's what I said. And she's like, yeah, that's what he said. Except at the very end, it's like, he said she quit and she said she said that he said I was fired. So we got to figure out which one, how did this go? Right? So what we are not, we enforce administrative law, okay, which is a balance of probability. It is not beyond a reasonable doubt like criminal law. So for us, it is 50% plus one. That's what we're trying to find out here. So we might be wrong, right? So it can even be in part. So if the employer wants to terminate me and 95% of it was just cause, I was insubordinate, I was leaving early, it was theft of time. And remember, you don't have to like it, it's a law. This is just, I'm just telling you, so don't get all worked up here on me here. It can be a whole bunch of bad things I did. But if 5% of it or 1% of it was because I raised a safety concern, there's a bunch of things we can do as an officer, okay? We can reinstate you. We can make sure you get all the money you lost out on back. So if you were terminated and you came to us, the law says you have 6 months to report a reprisal. You come to us 5 months later because you didn't know about this law and someone told you about it and you're like, hey, that happened to me. I'm gonna go to workplace. And you said, I raised this concern, I got let go. And we investigated and determined that, yeah, that's exactly what happened to you. We'll do a bit of like an employment search and see how long would someone with your skill set and experience be out of work in a similar type of industry or wage in Manitoba. And it might be 3 months. You're going to get an order to pay them back 3 months' wages. You might get an order to reinstate them and pay them back 3 months' wages. Another one would be to remove any reprimand on their file. You'll get an order to remove the reprimand. And then the fourth power is, and I was here in June, the fourth one slipped me and I was in the park and I was like, oh, I want to go back in there and tell them right now. And because I remember now, it's the officer can order to make reprisal stop. So if you get that order, you're going to tell us what you're going to do to make sure that people aren't getting whacked for raising safety concerns or exercising a right. Okay, so it's a big one. Like I've seen them in tens of thousands of dollars. So what often happens when this is coming down, and you'll want to take notes on this stuff, if this isn't you yourself, make sure your supervisors know this stuff, is you're taking notes of the things that are going on. Okay? Too often, we are told, well, this guy's a horrible employee. They've done all of these things, and that's why we're letting them go. So when we get a call about a reprisal, often we're coming down instantly. Remember how I talked about powers of an officer, how we can go into any workplace and gain any things we want? We're often walking into that workplace and we're showing up. Hi, I'm Marty. I'm here from Workplace Safety and Health. I am here to get Sabino's file. HR, please give it to me right now. And you're going to give it to me. We're not leaving without it. And we want that before it's been touched. We don't want anything added into it a couple of days after. And we want to see what kind of employee is this, right? So those are the things that will now demonstrate, okay, no, this, like, he's been talked to several times. He's been disciplined. He's on a last chance agreement. I think this person had it coming, right? So the way the law is written is, it's one of those things you might not like to hear, but it's important to know, and that's why I come and talk to you as of these things, is it's reverse onus. Okay? So it's up to the employer to prove to us. It's not how we do it. Understand that. It's not this isn't policy driven. The law is written that it's reverse onus. The employer needs to prove to us that it's not reprisal. So how do you prove that if you don't have documentation? Guess who's getting the job back, right? But if you're doing your documentation and you're walking them down the path and you're trying to make them succeed, it should go pretty well, okay? Lots of times we have documentation from workers. The text messages that have been going back and forth where, they have their own case. They've been documenting too. So that's a big one. And we do see lots of them. They're complex. If you are involved in reprisal. Lots of times we know that employers are getting lawyers, and that's not cheap, right? So there's another cost. So document, document, document. Any question on that? Is that new to anybody here? True, there you go. Okay, so it's a big one. And I learned that when I was working at Workplace Safety and Health. I had no idea that those protections were around for workers. Because that's one of the protections, right? You have a right to participate, a right. I got 5 minutes left. Yellow card, soccer. You have a right to participate. You have a right to refuse. You have a right to raise these concerns without fear of reprisal. Okay. So a few years ago, it used to be called discriminatory action, and there's a lot of confusion with discrimination. It's not the intent. So Manitoba aligned with lots of other jurisdictions in Canada to come up with the same terminology. Mr. Beal.
Have you ever seen it where somebody has and then they sign in letter and against the severance provided?
Non-disclosure?
Which then says, I release the company of all. They say, no, back, blah, blah.
So typically they sign those and we don't see them, I think. Right? But we have seen them, yeah.
How does it affect the outcome of somebody's work after signing?
I don't know if they've been, like, we warn them that, you know, you've signed a contract, you might want to discuss this with your lawyer because this can affect you civilly, right? Yeah, because you signed it saying, we're gonna give you $10,000 if we don't talk about this. And here you are, right? So we'll warn them. Just, you might want to talk to your lawyer about this. If the allegation was heinous, I don't think it's going to matter though. I think we're going to go there because the law's been broken, possibly, and other people could be there at risk, depending on the scenario, right? So I haven't had too many of those, like I said, because I think most people sign them and don't bring them forward. So maybe some of you don't know, but there's a thing called a non-disclosure agreement. Both parties are arguing, the worker and the employer are arguing, and the employer says, here's 10 grand, go away, sign this. In there, you're not going to call Workplace Safety and Health, you're not going to call the Employment Standards, you're not going to call the Manitoba Human Rights Commission, and you won't discuss this with anybody. You sign that, you get the money, and you go away quietly. People sign it, and it's done. We've had reprisals in being investigated, and the worker will randomly call us and say, we're withdrawing our complaint. I'm pretty sure I know why, right? How come? I don't want to discuss this anymore, you know, type thing. Cha-ching, right? So, well, whatever. If you want to withdraw your complaint, and we can't go forward without their statements because there's nothing to go on, right? So I jumped around a little bit here. I probably got about 2 minutes left. Hi.
I'll use myself as an example. If I'm told to sign such a letter and I have some time between when I was told and when I signed, if I call Workplace Safety and Health, is there anything your team can do as in either I don't sign it or?
So that you're kind of getting a legal advice there. So we can enforce the Workplace Safety and Health Act and the regulations, right? If this NDA, non-disclosure agreement, you'd want to talk to your lawyer about that. But we are called, if you called us and this is going on in the background and we don't know about it, we don't know about it, right? We're going to be doing what we do. If you sign it, I would think the employer would tell you to, if you sign this, you're calling Workplace Safety and Health and withdrawing your complaint, I would think. Because usually like a negotiation, it's wages plus, right? Typically. But like I said, these things can go like $40,000. A quick one before we get going, folks, okay? So if you look at serious incidents and inspections, the large pieces of pie, here's where we go. Construction, retail and service, manufacturing. Here's where the big actions are happening, right? Construction, retail and service, manufacturing. So when we're coming out, I get it might not always be great timing, and I get it might be uncomfortable, and I get it's going to maybe cost money and whatnot. And I want you to know that I appreciate it, and we're not looking at it as like, oh, it's cheap, they can afford it. We'll never talk like that ever. We're there because last year we know that 21 Manitobans were died because of their work. Several have died this year already. 1,000 in Canada each year, and we're trying to reduce that. We're trying to send everyone home at the end of each day with their lives and their body intact the way they came to work that day, right? That's the intent of us coming out. So. Question?
The question on that appeals, if
Okay.
once you come up with a decision on that, is there any explanation given for the decision, or it's just a yes or no?
No, it could be an 8-page letter.
Okay.
Going right through the, like in a reprisal, it's gonna be probably 4 pages for sure, maybe 8. It's gonna go through all of the statements that agreed upon facts, or the statements brought to us, how they've been contemplated. If someone has been caught in a lie, we'll say it in there, because now credibility is affected, right? And there will be an analysis at the bottom. So here's all the information, here's the analysis, and here's the director's decision. So I'm a director at Workplace Safety and Health. My boss is the executive director, but in the act, she's the director. Complicated. Okay, so it's her decision. She's the only one that can make that decision.
I've got some questions in Zoom waiting.
And then from there, it can be appealed to Manitoba Labor Board. Any decision or order can be appealed to Manitoba Labor Board. Okay, I'm getting the cane here. I can feel it.
I've got some questions waiting in
Yes.
Zoom.
Okay.
If you've got a few minutes, Marty.
Go ahead.
First question, there's 3 of them. How successful has Workplace Safety and Health been in reinstating workers?
I would say probably 20% of the, again, press pause, 20% of the reprisals are probably in favor of the worker. I'd say probably around 80%. Like, remember, this number varies, right? So I don't have the data in front of me, but I'd say probably 80% are in favor of the employer. And reinstating, so this is, initially it's the officer's decision, right? Because that's one of their powers if they want to reinstate. And it's also the executive director's decision under appeal. If it is super toxic, like everyone is just at each other, they likely won't be reinstated because it's just going to cause havoc. But they likely would have the money, right? You're going to get paid you're going to get paid the wages, the missing wages. The reprimand would probably be removed from the file. The money would be owed, but the reinstatement likely wouldn't happen. Again, it's not my decision in this example. It would be the initial responding officer. Like, I'm still an officer, I'm just not out in the field. Officer by legal definition, right? Or it's a director's decision. So they could, but if it's toxic, they wouldn't.
All right, so I think that answers my second question as well. So question number 3, once the officer is done with that employment file, do they give it back to the company or they keep a copy of that?
I know they'll give it back. They'll make a copy of it, and it's going to be on our files. And they would have a copy. We would keep it on file for 100 years. I think every government record is on file for 100 years.
Okay,
at that
fantastic.
point, you get it back. Just kidding.
And then very last, Jeff Shaw says hello and wants to know if a company under variance, for example, one committee for multiple workplace, how often do they need to renew that variance?
I believe it's 3 years. I'd have to check into that. So I believe it's 3 years unless the director pulls it. So so the question is, picture a large company like the University of Manitoba, for example. They have 110 facilities. Imagine being there, right? So if every one of those workplaces has more than 20 workers, they need to have a safety and health committee. So they would technically need to have 110 safety and health committees. They can apply for an exemption. A lot of people call it a variance. The legal term is exemption. They can say to workplace safety and health, hello, Madam Director. We are the University of Manitoba. We have 110 facilities. We are required to have 110 committees that meet 3 times a year. We will be doing nothing but meeting nonstop in these committees, right? We are applying to have 5 committees. And here's how we're going to handle our inspections. Here's how we're going to handle our incidents. Here's how we're going to handle X, Y, Z. We don't believe this is going to add any additional risks. Are you okay with that? And it's going to go through the same thing. My team will go through that. They'll analyze all the history of the employer, how many incidents they've had, what their inspections look like, how many orders they're getting. Do they look like they can handle something like this? And then if the answer is yes, they'll get a letter saying you can now run with 5 committees for a period of 3 years, and we can claw that back anytime we feel necessary. That answer it?
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Marty.
No problem.
Did you have closing remarks?
Thank you very much for having me, folks. I really appreciate this. It's a good group, professional, respectful. I enjoy the work you do and respect the work you do. Couple familiar faces in here. It's good to see you guys. Maybe I'll see you in 6 months again. Take care, eh? Thank you.
Thanks for
Mike.
as well. If you